The rock beneath you is still warm, not hot the way it was at midday, but warm in the patient way stone holds heat long after the sun has gone, releasing it slowly back into the cooling air. You're sitting at the lip of the escarpment, knees drawn up, watching the last orange light drain out of a sky that has watched 10,000 evenings exactly like this one, and will watch 10,000 more without you in it. Below the valley exhales, heat rises off the grasslands in thin, wavering threads, the last of the day's warmth letting go of the ground. Somewhere far off, a sound that might be wind, or might be something larger moving through dry grass. You do not turn toward it. You know this sound. You have always known this sound. It belongs here, the way you have always belonged here, the way your mother and every mother before her belonged here, all the way back further than counting allows. Behind you, low and banked for the night, a fire breathes its last orange breath into the dark. The smell of it clings to your skin, to the woven grass mat you sleep on, to the inside of your own hands. Smoke and dust and something green that grew nearby, and was burned without anyone quite deciding to burn it. Tomorrow, before the sun fully clears the hills, this fire will be put out, the coals scattered, and you will walk north. Not far north, not yet, but far enough that you will not see this escarpment again, far enough that the particular shape of this valley, the particular sound this wind makes moving through this grass, will become a memory carried inside you rather than a place your feet can return to. Tonight, though, none of that has happened yet. Tonight you are still here, still home, still wrapped in the only world you have ever known. The stars are beginning to surface, one at a time, in a sky still holding the last violet of dusk. Let yourself rest here a while, at the edge of everything familiar, on the last night before the longest walk in the history of your kind begins. You are not a single person tonight. You are every person who will make this journey, layered together into one quiet witness, sitting at the edge of a home that does not yet know it is about to become a memory. The year, if anyone in your band kept years the way later people will, sits somewhere close to 70,000 winters before a particular calendar that has not been invented yet will begin counting. None of that matters here. What matters is the wind, the fire, the shape of the hills, and the fact that tomorrow the walking begins. Africa at this hour holds you the way it has always held your kind, fully, without conditions, the original cradle from which every branch of your family has ever grown. East African rift lakes glitter somewhere beyond the dark hills, fed by rivers that have changed course more times than any single life could track. The grasslands stretch wide and gold by day, silver by moonlight, broken by stands of acacia that cast long shadows at dusk. This is not a foreign landscape you are about to leave. This is the only landscape your body, your lungs, your skin, your eyes were ever shaped by. For nearly 200,000 years, bodies essentially identical to yours have lived, hunted, gathered, loved, and died across this continent, nowhere else. Anatomically modern humans, the kind of human you are, the kind every person alive today descends from, first appear in the fossil record here in Africa, long before anyone walks anywhere else. Sites far to the south and north of where you now sit, places future scientists will call Omo Kibish and Jebel Irhoud, already hold the bones of ancestors who looked, essentially, like you. You do not know any of this the way a future person will know it, as facts written on paper, taught in rooms built of stone and glass. You know it the way water knows the shape of a riverbed, by having always moved through it. The land itself is a kind of memory, passed down not in words but in knowledge, which rivers run dry in the second dry season, which trees fruit when the rains are late, which valleys hold game when the open plains grow thin and brown. And yet tonight, something has shifted. Not suddenly the way a storm shifts a sky in an afternoon, but slowly the way a river shifts its bank over many lifetimes, until one day the people living beside it look up and realize the water no longer goes where it used to go. The pressure that will send you walking has been building for longer than any single person could perceive it building. It is woven into drought cycles and shrinking lakes, into game herds that wander further each season to find grass, into bands you've heard of, 2 valleys over, who left their old grounds 3 dry seasons ago and never returned. Tomorrow, your own band joins that slow unravelling, not in panic, not in crisis exactly, but in the quiet, practical logic of people who have always followed resources wherever resources lead. You will walk because the elders have decided it is time, because the scouts who went ahead came back with stories of water further north, because staying has started to feel less safe than leaving. It is, in its way, an ordinary decision made by ordinary people on an ordinary evening. It will also turn out to be one of the most consequential nights in the entire story of your species, though no one sitting around this fire could possibly know that yet. Let the fire settle a little lower while you sit with all of this. Let the unhurried, ordinary weight of an extraordinary night settle over you the way dust settles over the valley, without urgency, without alarm, simply arriving the way it always arrives, the way it always will. Tonight, before the deeper story of the journey itself begins, it helps to simply sit a while longer inside this particular evening, fully present to it, before the layers of larger history, climate, biology, and distant future significance gradually begin folding themselves into the story still to come. Let the fire's warmth, the murmur of voices around it, the particular quality of this exact darkness settling over this exact valley, be enough for now on their own. There is no need to absorb everything at once tonight. This story will unfold slowly, gently, across many hours, circling back to the same quiet fire again and again, building gradually a fuller picture of who these people were, why they walked, and what their quiet, ordinary courage eventually became across the vast unfolding of deep time. For now, simply rest here, at the edge of this fire, on this last familiar night, and let the story carry you forward at its own unhurried pace, requiring nothing of you but the willingness to listen and eventually gently to sleep. If you enjoy listening to sleepy prehistoric dinosaur stories like this, subscribe. I post stories like this weekly. Close your eyes and let the valley come back to you as it has always been, not as it will be remembered later, but as it actually is tonight, full and present and entirely unremarkable to the people living inside it. The Rift Valley floor stretches wide beneath a sky beginning to fill with stars, broken here and there by the dark shapes of acacia trees standing alone against the horizon like patient sentries. By day this land burns gold. By night it cools into silver and shadow, and the animals that share it with you move differently in the dark, quieter, more careful, the way every creature here has learned to be careful around the things that hunt at night. You know this land the way you know your own hands, not as information but as instinct. You know that the river 2 valleys east runs clear in the wet season, and slows to scattered pools by the second dry month. You know that the herds of antelope drift toward the higher ground when the lowland grass thins, and that lions follow the herds, and that you and your people have always followed both, reading the whole moving conversation between predator, prey, and grass, the way later humans will read words on a page. Few people centuries from now will know that early modern humans in this region were already capable of remarkably sophisticated environmental tracking, reading seasonal patterns across dozens of square kilometers with an accuracy that would later surprise the very scientists who study such things. This was not guesswork. It was knowledge passed down so many times it had become instinct, refined over thousands of generations of trial, failure, and careful observation. Your camp tonight sits near a spring that has never, in any story anyone here can remember, run completely dry. It rises cool and clear from beneath a shelf of rock, collects in a shallow pool fringed with reeds, and slips quietly away downhill into a streambed that disappears into sand for half the year. Around it, your people have built something less like a settlement and more like a rhythm, a place returned to again and again across the seasons, never permanently occupied, never fully abandoned. The fire tonight is small, banked low, more for comfort than necessity, since the night air here rarely turns truly cold. Around it sit perhaps 20 or 25 people, the full size of your band, counting elders who can no longer walk far, counting children too young to carry anything heavier than a small woven bag, counting the strong middle generation who will do most of the carrying tomorrow and most of the deciding tonight. Few outside this circle would guess how complex the social world inside it actually is. Kinship here is tracked carefully across many branches. Marriage partners are sought from other bands met at shared water sources or seasonal gathering grounds, and disputes are resolved through long, patient conversation rather than violence, because violence between the only 20 or so people who can keep each other alive out here is a luxury no one can afford. One of the genuinely surprising facts modern researchers would later uncover is that genetic diversity within Africa at this period was already greater than the entire genetic diversity that would eventually exist among all non-African humans on every other continent combined. The deepest, oldest branches of the human family tree are not waiting somewhere out there beyond the borders of this continent. They are sitting around fires very much like this one, all across Africa tonight. Your grandmother, when she was still alive, used to say that the land remembers everyone who walks across it, even after their footprints are gone. She meant it as comfort, a way of saying that nothing here is ever truly lost. Tonight, sitting at the edge of the fire's warmth, you find yourself thinking of her words differently, wondering what it will mean to walk somewhere the land has no memory of you at all. Above you, the sky's doing what it has always done, filling slowly with stars as the last colour drains from the horizon. Your people do not yet have a word that means exactly what later astronomers will mean by galaxy, but the band of pale light stretching overhead is already familiar, already named in your own language, already woven into stories about ancestors who became light rather than disappearing into darkness when they died. It is worth pausing here on something easy to forget. At this point in history, every single human being alive on Earth lives within a relatively compact range, almost entirely confined to the African continent, with population estimates from genetic studies suggesting the entire breeding population of modern humans worldwide may have numbered only in the tens of thousands. The species that will eventually fill every continent currently fits, in its entirety, into a landscape you could walk across in a few determined months. Children sleep curled against their mothers near the fire's edge, their breathing slow and even, untroubled by tomorrow in the particular way only the very young can be untroubled. One of them, a girl of perhaps 6 or 7, will be among those who make the walk north. She does not know this yet. She knows only that the fire is warm and that her mother's arm is heavy and familiar across her shoulders, and that sleep is already pulling gently at the edges of her thoughts. The tools resting near the fire tonight, modest stone flakes and a few carefully shaped points, would later astonish researchers studying sites across this region, not for their complexity exactly, but for evidence of behaviour far more symbolic than anyone once expected from people this early in the story. Pieces of ochre, a soft reddish mineral, ground down and mixed with something binding, have been found at sites not far from here, used for purposes that look very much like decoration, like marking, like meaning. It is one of the quieter, lesser-known facts about this period that deliberate symbolic use of pigment, shell beads strung and worn as ornament, and even early engraved patterns on stone and ostrich eggshell already exist in Africa, tens of thousands of years before anything resembling cave painting appears anywhere else in the world. The people sitting around fires like this one were not waiting to become fully human somewhere down the road. They already were. Somewhere out past the edge of the firelight, an owl calls once, then falls silent. No one around the fire reacts. This is an ordinary sound, woven so deeply into the texture of ordinary nights that it barely registers as sound at all anymore, the way a clock ticking in a quiet room eventually disappears from notice entirely. You think, briefly, of all the nights that came before this one, nights stretching back further than any story can reach, each one almost identical to this one. Fire and stars and the particular hush that settles over a camp once the evening meal has been eaten and the children have gone quiet. There is comfort in that repetition, in being one small link inside a chain so long it cannot be seen end to end. And yet tomorrow breaks that chain, or at least bends it sharply in a new direction. Tomorrow this exact configuration of fire, spring and starlit valley will be left behind, not abandoned in fear, but released the way a hand slowly opens, fingers loosening one at a time until what was held is finally gently let go. It helps, perhaps, to understand what is not happening here. This is not a single dramatic departure, a single small group setting out into total unknown isolation, never to be heard from again. Genetic and archaeological evidence gathered long after this night suggests dispersals out of Africa happened in multiple waves, across many thousands of years, by many different bands, some of which thrived, some of which left no trace that survives, and most of which simply blended eventually into the long unfolding story of human movement across the planet. Your walk tomorrow is one thread inside an enormous slow-moving tapestry, one departure among uncounted others happening in scattered pockets across the continent over a span of time too long for any single human memory to hold. It will not feel historic. It will feel mostly like packing, like saying quiet half-goodbyes to people who are staying, like checking water skins and counting how many days of dried meat remain. Still, there is something in the air tonight that even the youngest children seem to sense, a faint electricity beneath the ordinary rhythms of camp life. The particular hush of people doing familiar tasks for what they know is the last time in this particular place. Mats are being rolled more carefully than usual. Fire-making kits are being checked twice. An old woman runs her palm slowly across a worn patch of ground near her sleeping spot, as if memorizing its exact shape through touch alone. Few realize, even now, how much of what defines a modern human mind, the capacity for complex planning, for imagining a future that does not yet exist, and preparing for it carefully in advance, for telling stories that bind a group together around shared meaning, is already fully present here, in this firelight, on this ordinary evening before an extraordinary walk. The wind shifts slightly, carrying the smell of dry grass and distant rain that has not yet arrived. Somewhere to the north, beyond hills you cannot see from here, water is said to be more reliable, game more plentiful, the land more forgiving. You have never seen this place yourself. You know it only through the words of scouts who returned 3 days ago, tired and sunburned, describing a landscape that sounds almost too good to be entirely true. It rarely is, in full. But hope, even cautious hope, even hope hedged carefully against disappointment, is its own kind of fuel, and tonight it is enough to carry a tired, uncertain band one more day, closer to a decision that has, in truth, already been made. Let the valley hold you a little longer before the next part of this story begins. Let the fire's last warmth, the particular hush of sleeping children, the wide, quiet sky above a land that has never known any people but yours, settle fully into you, the way it has settled every night for longer than memory reaches. Because tomorrow, all of this becomes something else. Not lost, not erased, but folded carefully into memory, carried forward inside the bodies and stories of everyone who walks away from it. Tonight, though, it is still simply home, full and present and entirely, ordinarily itself. Further along the rim of the camp, away from the main fire, a smaller group sits working quietly by the dim light of a second, lower flame. An older man turns a piece of stone over in his hands, examining it from several angles before striking it once, carefully with a smaller hammerstone. A long, thin flake separates cleanly from the core, and he holds it up briefly toward the firelight, checking the edge with the side of his thumb before setting it aside with several others already finished. This kind of careful, deliberate toolmaking belongs to what later archaeologists will call the Middle Stone Age, a period spanning an extraordinary length of time across Africa, during which technology slowly grows more varied, more regionally distinct and more clearly tied to planning that reaches well beyond the immediate moment. Some of the points being made tonight will be fitted to wooden shafts days from now, far from this camp, for hunting animals that have not yet been seen by anyone sitting here. It is a detail many people centuries from now will find quietly remarkable. Stone tool traditions at sites across southern and eastern Africa during this broad period already show signs of standardized, almost recipe-like production sequences, passed down with enough consistency that researchers can later identify which workshop, sometimes even which individual hand, produced a particular point, simply by the pattern of flake removals left behind. Nearby, a woman works a length of plant fibre between her palms, twisting it steadily into cordage, the same patient motion her mother taught her, and her mother's mother before that. The finished cord will become part of a carrying net, or perhaps lashing for a spear point, or binding for the woven mats everyone sleeps on. Little of what surrounds this fire tonight is wasted. Almost everything serves at least two purposes, sometimes three, the practical inheritance of people who have always had to make abundance out of relatively little. A few steps away, half hidden in shadow, sits a small cache of shells, each one pierced carefully through with a single hole near its edge. These are not food remains. They have been carried inland from a coast many days' walk from here, traded hand to hand across distances that would surprise people who imagine early human bands as isolated, self-contained units, rarely making contact with anyone beyond their immediate kin. Sites along the southern coast of this continent, places future researchers will call Blombos Cave and Pinnacle Point, already hold evidence by this period of deliberately pierced marine shell beads, used as personal ornaments, alongside engraved pieces of ochre marked with deliberate geometric patterns whose exact meaning no later scientist will ever fully recover, but whose intentional, careful design is unmistakable even after 70,000 years buried in sediment. The scouts who returned 3 days ago did not arrive empty-handed. Along with their description of the northern route, they carried back a small bundle wrapped carefully in hide, containing a handful of unfamiliar seeds, a strange flaked stone unlike any found locally, and the dried, carefully preserved foot of an animal none of the older hunters immediately recognized. These small physical proofs mattered as much as any spoken description. They made the unfamiliar feel slightly less unfamiliar, slightly more survivable. One of the scouts, a younger man with a still healing scrape along one forearm, sits near enough to the fire tonight that you can hear him retelling parts of the journey to a small cluster of older children, his voice low, his hands moving through the air to sketch the shape of hills, the bend of a river, the distance between one water source and the next. The children listen with the particular stillness reserved for stories that might soon become their own lives. Few people imagining this period correctly picture how much of survival here depended not on raw physical strength but on memory, on the ability to hold an enormous, detailed mental map of seasonal water, game movement, edible plants, and danger, refreshed and expanded constantly through shared storytelling exactly like the kind happening near this fire right now. The walk north tomorrow will lean on exactly this kind of accumulated spoken knowledge as much as it leans on any physical endurance. Behind the main circle of firelight, 6 woven bags sit already packed, their contents checked and rechecked throughout the evening. Dried strips of meat, smoked slowly over low coals days earlier. Hard, dense cakes made from ground plant material, wrapped in broad leaves. Several fire-making kits, redundant by careful design, because losing the ability to make fire out here is not a small inconvenience, but a genuine threat to survival. An elder woman moves slowly between these bags, running her hands over each one not so much to check their contents again, which she has already done twice, but for the simple physical reassurance of touching what will keep her family alive over the coming weeks. Her joints ache more than they once did. The walk ahead will be harder for her than for almost anyone else in the band. She has chosen to come anyway, and no one has questioned that choice, because among your people, elders are rarely left behind while there is any way at all to bring them along. It is worth noting, gently, how unusual this care for the old and the young together actually is among the wider animal kingdom, and how central it appears to have been to human survival, even this early in the story. The willingness to slow an entire group's pace, to carry someone who can no longer carry themselves, to share food with someone who can no longer hunt or gather enough on their own, shows up again and again in the archaeological record of this period, in healed injuries far too severe to have survived without sustained care from others. Above the low murmur of voices near the fire, the night insects have begun their steady, layered chorus, a sound so constant across the African night that it functions almost as silence itself, a backdrop against which every other sound, a cough, a low laugh, the snap of a twig somewhere in the dark stands out clearly. You let this sound wash over you now, familiar and unhurried, the same chorus that will rise again tomorrow night, somewhere unfamiliar, sung by insects you have never heard before. Somewhere near the spring's edge, 2 younger members of the band sit close together, speaking too quietly for their words to carry. They are not part of the same family line, and the careful, deliberate distance maintained between certain bands and certain kin groups suggests they may, eventually, become part of each other's future in the way unrelated young people from different groups so often did, cementing alliances between bands through marriage that stretched far beyond the immediate practical matter of finding water. These quiet alliances, often invisible in any single night's firelight, mattered enormously across the wider story of human movement. Genetic evidence gathered long after this period reveals steady, ongoing contact and interbreeding between different African populations across vast distances and enormous spans of time, a pattern of connection rather than isolation that shaped the deep diversity still visible today in African genomes more than anywhere else on Earth. The fire has burned down further now, its light reduced to a low, steady glow rather than the bright crackle of earlier in the evening. Most of the band has settled into sleep, scattered across woven mats arranged in the loose, familiar configuration, each family group has claimed, without any need for discussion, the same arrangement more or less used at every camp this band has occupied for as long as anyone can remember. You remain awake a little longer than the others, not from worry exactly, but from the particular reluctance to let an ordinary, beloved place go quietly into the past without one last full, conscious noticing of it. The shape of the hills against the last pale strip of light at the horizon, the cool stone beneath your palm, the specific, irreplaceable sound this exact wind makes, moving through this exact stand of grass. Tomorrow there will be new sounds, new shapes of hills, new winds moving through grass that has never grown anywhere near here. Tonight, though, there is only this, the world that raised you, settling slowly and completely into sleep around you, unaware, in the gentle way only a landscape can be unaware, that come morning, a portion of what it has always held will simply quietly begin to walk away. Consider, gently before sleep finally settles fully over this last description of home, the particular sound this exact valley makes at this exact hour, somewhere between full dusk and true night, when the daybirds have finally gone quiet and the night insects have not yet reached their fullest, most layered chorus. There is a brief particular stillness here, neither day nor full night, that exists nowhere else exactly this way, shaped by this specific combination of hills, grass, water, and air that belongs only to this valley, at this hour, on this particular evening. You have heard this same brief stillness countless times before, on countless other ordinary evenings, without ever once thinking to notice it carefully, the way you are noticing it now, on this final night before everything familiar becomes, gradually, memory rather than immediate experience. There is something worth carrying forward in this kind of careful, deliberate noticing, the recognition that even the most ordinary, overlooked details of a beloved place carry their own quiet significance, worth honouring fully before circumstances eventually carry you somewhere else entirely. Consider too gently the particular quality of warmth radiating from the rock beneath you, a warmth that has nothing to do with tonight's fire and everything to do with the simple, patient accumulation of an entire day's sunlight slowly released back into the cooling evening air the way it has every single evening, regardless of whether anyone happened to be sitting here noticing it. This same rock will hold tomorrow's sunlight too, and the day after, and countless days after that, entirely indifferent to whether your own particular presence continues to occupy this particular spot or not. There is perhaps a final, gentle lesson available in this particular indifference, not a cold or dismissive indifference, but the patient, steady indifference of a landscape that has always continued, will always continue, regardless of which particular people happen to occupy it at any given moment. This same patient continuity, in its own way, offers a kind of quiet reassurance worth carrying into tomorrow's uncertain journey, that the deeper rhythms of sun, stone, water, and season persist reliably beneath whatever specific human story happens to be unfolding within them, offering a stable, dependable foundation beneath even the most uncertain human circumstances. Consider too gently the particular animals that have shared this valley with your people across all the generations leading to tonight, animals known so intimately, observed so carefully across so many seasons, that they feel almost like familiar neighbours, rather than simply prey or danger. The particular bird that calls just before dawn, reliably, every morning. The particular kind of small, quick mammal that emerges at dusk to forage among the rocks near the spring. The particular patterns of the larger herds, their seasonal arrivals and departures tracked across generations with the careful attention your people bring to everything their survival depends upon. These animals, too, in their own way, are part of what tomorrow's departure leaves behind. The specific creatures of this specific valley, known so intimately across so many seasons, will be replaced gradually, along tomorrow's route, by unfamiliar animals whose habits and patterns your band will need to learn entirely fresh, with none of the accumulated generational knowledge that makes hunting and avoiding danger here feel almost effortless after a lifetime of careful observation. There is something worth sitting with in this particular form of loss, easy to overlook amid the more obvious human farewells of tonight. The deep, intimate knowledge of a specific landscape's specific animals accumulated across generations, represents a genuine form of wealth, a kind of accumulated capital that simply cannot be carried forward into new territory the way physical possessions can. It must be rebuilt, patiently, from the beginning, through fresh observation of unfamiliar creatures in unfamiliar terrain, a process that will occupy considerable attention across the early stretches of tomorrow's journey and the weeks of unfamiliar settlement that may eventually follow it. And yet your people carry, alongside the specific knowledge being left behind, something more valuable still. The underlying skill of observation itself, the patient, careful attentiveness that allowed all that specific knowledge to be accumulated in the first place. This deeper skill travels with you tomorrow, fully intact, ready to be applied to whatever unfamiliar creatures and unfamiliar terrain the journey eventually presents, rebuilding, gradually, a new intimate knowledge of a new landscape to replace the one being left behind tonight. As this last long noticing of home finally settles towards sleep, there is a particular quality to the silence that has gathered over the camp, deeper now than earlier in the evening, the sounds of conversation and preparation having faded entirely into the steady layered chorus of night insects and the occasional distant sound of some larger creature moving through the dark beyond the firelight. This is the sound of home at its most essential, stripped of all human activity, reduced to the pure underlying voice of the valley itself, the voice that was here long before your people arrived and will continue long after tomorrow's departure. You let this sound wash over you one final time, fully, consciously, committing it to the kind of deep memory that words alone could never capture, the particular texture of this exact silence, in this exact valley, on this exact final night. Tomorrow's nights will carry their own silences, their own unfamiliar sounds, their own gradually learned textures of unfamiliar darkness. But this silence, the silence of home, will travel with you regardless, carried not in any physical possession but in the deep, wordless memory that holds the most essential things long after every more easily described detail has faded. There is, in this final conscious noticing, a kind of quiet completion, the sense of having fully honoured a beloved place before leaving it, of having paid proper attention to what mattered most about it, rather than letting it slip away unnoticed in the busy practical rush of departure. This deliberate, conscious honouring of home, easy to overlook amid more obviously urgent preparations, carries its own deep significance, allowing tomorrow's departure to feel less like loss and more like the careful, conscious carrying forward of everything essential about a place into whatever new place eventually becomes home instead. And as this last full noticing of home finally fades towards sleep, a quiet question drifts at the edge of your thoughts, gentle and unhurried. What is it exactly that has begun to make this familiar valley, after so many unbroken generations, no longer quite enough to hold your people here? That question waits softly for tomorrow, and for the story still to come. To understand why tomorrow's walk is happening at all, you have to understand something about water that no one around tonight's fire would phrase the way a future scientist might, but that every person here knows in their bones, learned the hard way, season after season, drought after drought. The land does not stay the same. It breathes slowly, across spans of time too long for any single life to witness completely, swelling wet and shrinking dry in cycles that repeat across centuries the way a single year repeats across seasons. Long after this night, researchers studying ancient lake sediments and cave mineral deposits across eastern Africa will reconstruct these slow climatic breaths with extraordinary precision, reading rainfall records preserved in stalagmite layers and lake mud the way a person might read rings inside a felled tree. What those future records will show, for the period surrounding tonight, is a landscape moving out of an unusually wet, generous phase and into a long, difficult drying trend, one that will eventually reduce some of the largest lakes in the region to a fraction of their former size. You do not need future scientists to tell you this. You have watched it happen within your own remembered lifetime and heard about it happening further back than that from the stories of elders who are themselves repeating stories told to them. The spring near tonight's camp still runs, but it runs thinner than it once did. The wide marsh 2 days' walk to the south, the one your grandmother spoke of as teeming with waterfowl when she was young, is now mostly dry reed and cracked mud for all but the shortest part of the rainy season. It is one of the more striking facts that later researchers will uncover about this exact period. Ancient shorelines preserved around several major East African lake basins show water levels that, in the centuries surrounding this departure, dropped low enough in places to expose lakebed sediment that had been submerged for tens of thousands of years, evidence of drying severe enough to fundamentally reshape which areas of the landscape could reliably support large human populations year-round. The animals felt this shift before the people fully named it. Herds that once stayed within a relatively contained range, moving in predictable loops between known grazing grounds, began ranging further, searching out grass and water across territory that had previously belonged to other groups, other herds, other bands of people who depended on those same resources. Competition, never entirely absent even in good years, sharpened with every dry season that ran longer than the one before it. Hunters in your band have noticed it directly. The great herds of antelope that once passed reliably along the valley floor each season now arrive later, thinner, sometimes not at all, having found better grazing elsewhere, further from this particular stretch of land than they have ever ranged before. A hunt that once took half a day's walk to locate game now sometimes takes 2 or 3 days, and even then is not guaranteed to succeed. There is a particular kind of knowledge held by people who live this close to the land, a knowledge less like fact and more like accumulated intuition, built from 1,000 small observations layered one on top of another across a lifetime. Long before anyone in your band could have explained, the way a future climatologist might explain, exactly what was happening to regional rainfall patterns, everyone here already felt the change in their daily lives, in harder hunts, thinner harvests, and springs that ran a little lower with each passing year. 3 dry seasons ago, word reached your band, carried by traders who pass occasionally between scattered groups across this region, that a band living 2 valleys to the west had abandoned their traditional grounds entirely, splitting into smaller family groups and moving in several different directions in search of more reliable water. No one in your camp has heard from them since. This kind of quiet, scattering departure, never recorded, never witnessed by anyone outside the small group experiencing it, almost certainly happened many, many times across this period, leaving little or no trace for anyone to ever find. It is worth sitting with how little of this larger story survives in any form future generations will ever recover. For every famous departure later traced through genetics and stone tools, hundreds of smaller, quieter movements like this one happened, and left behind nothing but silence. Bands that simply walked into new territory, succeeded or failed, and either melted into existing populations or vanished from the record entirely. Their individual stories lost even as their genetic and cultural contributions in many cases persisted invisibly forward. The decision facing your own band has not been made lightly nor quickly. For most of this past dry season, the older members have gathered repeatedly near this same fire, weighing reports from scouts, comparing this year's hardship against past years, debating whether the difficulty is the kind that passes with the next good rains, or the kind that signals something longer, something that will not simply reverse itself if everyone is patient enough to wait it out. Patience, in this case, has its limits. Children need to eat reliably, not just survive on what can be scraped together during difficult stretches. Elders, already weakened by a particularly hard dry season, cannot easily withstand another one without real risk, and the scouts who travelled furthest north brought back consistent, independently corroborated reports of better water, better grazing, and crucially far less competition from other bands already established and defending their own territory. It is a detail many people will later find genuinely surprising. Genetic and archaeological evidence suggests that climate-driven habitability corridors, essentially temporary green pathways opening and closing across otherwise difficult terrain, as rainfall patterns shifted over thousands of years, played a major role in determining exactly when and where human populations were able to expand out of their established ranges. The corridor north, the one your band intends to follow tomorrow, exists right now specifically because of a temporarily wetter stretch of land-connecting regions that are, in drier periods, separated by genuinely difficult, resource-poor terrain. This corridor will not stay open forever. Future climate reconstructions will show these green pathways opening and closing repeatedly across tens of thousands of years, a slow, geological breathing that determined, more than almost any single human decision, when large-scale movement out of Africa was even possible at all. Bands attempting this same journey during a drier phase, with the corridor closed, would have faced a genuinely different, far more dangerous set of odds. None of this is calculated with numbers or charts around tonight's fire. It is felt, discussed, argued over in long evening conversations, weighed against the accumulated wisdom of people who have spent entire lives reading exactly these kinds of signs. The conclusion, reached gradually over many weeks rather than in any single dramatic moment, is simple and practical. The land here, while not yet fully empty, is emptying steadily enough that staying carries real, growing risk, while the journey north, while uncertain, carries the promise of something better if the scouts' reports prove accurate. There is no single villain in this story, no single dramatic catastrophe forcing the decision. It is instead the accumulated weight of many small ordinary hardships stacked one on top of another across several difficult years until the balance of risk finally tips, quietly and almost imperceptibly, from staying toward leaving. This is in fact how most of human history's largest movements actually happened, not through single dramatic flights from disaster, but through this same slow, practical, deeply human calculation, repeated independently by countless different bands across countless different generations. Tonight, sitting at the edge of the fire, you can feel this calculation settled quietly into the bones of everyone around you. There is no panic in the camp, no frantic last-minute preparation, only the steady, methodical work of people who have had ample time to plan and who are now simply executing a decision made with the same careful deliberation your people apply to every major choice that affects the whole group's survival. Above the valley, the sky has gone fully dark now, filled with more stars than any future city dweller will ever see clearly again, their light undimmed by anything but the thin haze of dust kicked up by a long dry season. Somewhere out there, beyond the edge of what your eyes can make out, the corridor north waits, green and uncertain and temporarily open, a narrow window in time that your band, along with scattered others across this vast continent, has decided to walk through. Consider for a moment what this same valley looked like several thousand years before tonight, during a period future researchers will later identify through layered lake sediments as significantly wetter than the present. Marshes that are now dry, cracked earth for most of the year once held water reliably across every season. Lake basins that have shrunk to scattered, shallow pools once stretched far wider, supporting fish, waterfowl and crocodile populations large enough to sustain entire human communities, living almost entirely off aquatic resources, rather than the more varied hunting and gathering practiced by your own band tonight. That wetter world is gone now, has been gone for longer than living memory reaches, though its traces remain faintly visible to anyone who knows how to read them. Old shorelines sit stranded well above current water levels, marked by thin bands of different coloured sediment along certain hillsides. Your people have names for these old shore terraces, treat them almost as landmarks left behind by ancestors, without necessarily understanding, the way a future geologist will understand, that they mark the literal high water line of a vanished far more generous world. It is genuinely difficult, sitting inside a single human lifetime, to perceive a multi-thousand-year drying trend as anything other than simply the way things are, the baseline reality of an unchanging world. And yet the land your grandparents knew was meaningfully different from the land you know, which will, in turn, be meaningfully different from the land your own grandchildren eventually inherit, whether they remain near this valley or carry your story forward into landscapes none of you can presently imagine. Researchers studying this period long after tonight will eventually be able to correlate specific archaeological sites with specific climatic phases, showing that human population density across parts of Africa appears to contract sharply during the driest intervals, concentrating survivors into smaller, more reliable refuge areas near permanent water, before expanding outward again across the landscape whenever rainfall improved and previously marginal territory became habitable once more. Your own band's coming departure fits cleanly inside this much larger, repeating pattern, one small instance of a rhythm that has played out, in various forms, many times before across deep time, and will play out many times again. What makes tonight different, what makes this particular departure worth remembering rather than simply another routine seasonal movement, is not visible to anyone sitting around this fire. It has to do with where the corridor north actually leads, and what waits on the far side of it, populated already by other branches of the human family that left Africa in earlier waves, going back tens of thousands of years before tonight. None of that matters yet, not directly. Tonight is still simply about water, about grass, about the practical ordinary mathematics of survival that has guided human decision-making since long before anyone thought to call it mathematics at all. It is worth understanding, too, just how unevenly this drying trend has actually unfolded across the wider region. Some valleys, blessed by particular geography, by underground water tables that resist surface drought more stubbornly than open grassland does, have remained relatively stable even as neighbouring territories grow steadily harsher. This unevenness matters enormously for tomorrow's planning, since the Scouts' route north has been chosen specifically to thread between these pockets of relative stability, following the most reliable water rather than the most direct line on any imagined map. A future hydrologist studying the underground water systems beneath this region would eventually be able to explain, in careful technical detail, how certain rock formations hold and slowly release groundwater across many dry seasons, creating small, persistent springs even when surface rainfall fails for years at a stretch. Your people know none of this in technical terms, yet they know it completely in practical terms, passed down as a kind of map carried entirely in memory, naming each reliable spring, each persistent waterhole, each landmark that signals safety to anyone who recognizes it. Consider, too, how this same climatic pressure has reshaped not just water availability, but the entire web of animal life dependent on it. The great herds that once moved through this valley in predictable seasonal patterns have begun fragmenting into smaller, more scattered groups, following increasingly unpredictable rainfall rather than the fixed seasonal rhythm older hunters remember from their own youth. This fragmentation makes hunting harder, less reliable, requiring more travel and more risk for the same eventual yield of meat. It is a detail that later paleoclimatologists will find genuinely useful in reconstructing this period. Pollen grains preserved in lake sediment cores, alongside the specific ratios of certain stable isotopes locked inside ancient plant remains, will eventually allow scientists to determine not just how dry this period generally was, but exactly which plant communities thrived and which collapsed, painting a remarkably detailed picture of a landscape transitioning from relatively dense woodland and grassland mosaic toward sparser, more drought-resistant vegetation across the very years surrounding tonight's departure. Even the night sky itself, in a strange and roundabout way, carries faint evidence of this changing climate, since the dust now hanging more persistently in the dry season, air scatters starlight slightly differently than it did during wetter decades your grandparents would have known. You could not name this difference precisely, the way later instruments eventually will, but something in the particular hazy quality of tonight's horizon feels subtly different from the crisp, clear skies described in stories about a wetter, more distant past. There is comfort, oddly, in understanding that this kind of climatic pressure, however difficult it makes any single generation's life, has happened before, repeatedly, across the deep history of this landscape, and that human bands have repeatedly found ways to adapt, to move, to locate new water and new grazing when old sources fail. You're not facing an unprecedented catastrophe tonight. You're facing a familiar, if always difficult rhythm that your ancestors have navigated successfully many times before, leaving behind, in their survival, the very inheritance that makes your own band capable of navigating it again. Think, too, about the specific plants that have begun disappearing from the immediate area around this camp over the past several dry seasons, plants your grandmother once gathered regularly that have grown noticeably scarcer with each passing year. A particular tuber, once reliably found in the shaded soil beneath certain acacia stands, now requires considerably more searching to locate in sufficient quantity, its range apparently contracting as soil moisture levels drop below whatever threshold the plant requires to thrive reliably. This kind of fine-grained botanical knowledge, tracking the subtle rise and fall of specific plant populations across years and decades, represents an entire category of environmental expertise that exists almost entirely within the careful, accumulated memory of people like the women gathering near tonight's fire, knowledge that depends on no written record, no formal scientific method, only patient, repeated observation passed carefully from one generation to the next through direct demonstration and shared storytelling. It is worth understanding, too, how this same drying trend interacts with fire itself across the wider landscape. Drier vegetation burns more readily and more extensively when lightning or other natural ignition sources spark a blaze, and your people have noticed, over recent years, larger and more frequent grass fires sweeping across portions of the wider valley during the driest months, reshaping vegetation patterns in ways that sometimes open new grazing opportunities even as they destroy other previously reliable resources. Managing this relationship with fire, understanding which burned areas will regenerate valuable new grass growth within a season, and which represent more lasting loss, requires exactly the kind of sophisticated environmental knowledge your band has accumulated across many generations of careful observation. This same knowledge will prove valuable along tomorrow's route as well, helping identify recently burned areas likely to offer fresh, valuable grazing for whatever game animals the band encounters along the way north. Consider, finally, how this entire pattern of gradual climatic pressure, while genuinely difficult for any single generation living through it, ultimately serves a kind of larger evolutionary and cultural purpose across the much longer span of human history. Populations that successfully adapt to exactly this kind of gradual environmental pressure, through careful observation, flexible movement, and patient accumulated knowledge passed faithfully across generations, tend to develop exactly the kind of resilience and adaptability that allows eventual success in genuinely novel environments encountered through movement and migration. Your own band's careful response to tonight's circumstances, patient observation rather than panic, careful planning rather than impulsive flight, deliberate splitting of the group to hedge against uncertain outcomes, rather than committing everyone entirely to a single uncertain path, reflects accumulated wisdom built across countless similar episodes faced by countless prior generations. Tomorrow's departure, difficult as it certainly is, represents not a desperate last resort, but a carefully reasoned, well-prepared response to genuine, gradually accumulating environmental pressure. It is worth pausing too on a genuinely striking fact later researchers will eventually uncover about this broad climatic period. Examination of ancient dust deposits carried by wind from the Sahara region and preserved in deep-sea sediment cores off the West African coast will reveal that dust accumulation rates increase measurably during precisely the kind of arid intervals affecting your valley tonight, evidence of expanding desert conditions across substantial portions of the wider African continent, a slow continental-scale drying that your own band's difficult dry seasons represent only one small, immediate, locally felt portion of. Consider too how this same broad climatic instability appears to correlate, in evidence later researchers will carefully assemble, with several distinct separate waves of human population movement and expansion across this general period, suggesting that climate pressure of exactly the kind affecting your valley tonight may have repeatedly served as one of the primary forces driving human populations to expand into new territory throughout this broad span of prehistory, a pattern visible only when examined across the kind of vast accumulated timescale no single human lifetime could ever directly perceive. There is something worth noting finally about how this same valley, despite tonight's genuine hardship, retains real value even as your band prepares to leave it temporarily behind. The spring, while diminished, still flows. The deeper soil here, even during this dry stretch, retains enough residual moisture to support at least modest plant regrowth once rains eventually return. This is not abandoned, ruined land. It is land currently under genuine strain, land that the family members remaining behind tomorrow will continue tending and depending upon, hoping, as your own departing band hopes for success along its own chosen path, that conditions here eventually ease enough to support full, sustainable habitation once again. It is worth remembering too, gently, that drought of this kind, however genuinely difficult, rarely strikes with perfect uniform severity across an entire region all at once. Pockets of relative abundance persist even within broadly difficult years, certain sheltered valleys, certain springs fed by particularly deep and reliable underground sources, certain stretches of riverbed that retain pooled water even when surrounding streambeds run entirely dry. Your band's careful, patient knowledge of exactly where these pockets of relative abundance lie, accumulated across generations of careful observation, represents perhaps the single most valuable resource carried into tomorrow's uncertain journey. More valuable, in practical terms, than any single tool or weapon. Consider too how differently this same landscape will look to your own eventual descendants, many generations removed from anyone sitting at tonight's fire, should they ever return to this particular valley after conditions eventually improve. The specific hardship currently driving tomorrow's departure will have faded entirely from direct memory by then, replaced by whatever specific stories happen to survive the long, imperfect process of oral transmission across so many intervening generations. The valley itself, meanwhile, will have continued its own slow, patient cycle of drought and recovery, entirely indifferent to whether any specific human band happens to be present to witness any particular phase of that cycle. There is a kind of humility worth sitting with in this thought, the recognition that your own band's current hardship, real and pressing as it genuinely feels tonight, represents simply one small temporary phase within a far longer, far more patient cycle that the land itself has been quietly cycling through for far longer than any human memory, even the most carefully preserved oral tradition, could possibly trace back to its true beginning. Consider, finally gently, how this same pattern of climatic pressure driving careful, deliberate human movement will continue to shape human history across every subsequent era, long after tonight's specific departure has faded entirely from any direct memory. Later civilizations, equipped with agriculture, with permanent settlements, with eventually written records capable of directly documenting drought and famine, rather than relying entirely on oral tradition, will face their own versions of exactly tonight's basic calculation, weighing the genuine difficulty of staying against the genuine uncertainty of leaving, generation after generation, across every subsequent chapter of the long human story. Tonight's careful, patient decision, then, belongs not only to your own specific band's particular circumstances, but to an extraordinarily long, continuous pattern stretching across the entire span of human history, the patient, practical wisdom of people facing genuine environmental hardship with careful observation, sustained cooperation, and the courage to move toward better circumstances when staying no longer offers sufficient promise of continued survival and flourishing. Consider gently one further dimension of how this drying landscape shapes tomorrow's departure, easy to overlook amid the more obvious concerns about water and grazing, the way diminishing resources gradually alter the relationships between neighbouring bands across the wider region. In genuinely abundant years, contact between different bands tends toward easy cooperation, generous sharing, frequent intermarriage. As resources grow scarcer, these same relationships tend gradually to grow more guarded, more cautious, each band naturally more protective of the diminishing resources its own survival increasingly depends upon. This subtle shift in the broader social climate, less visible than the physical drying of springs and marshes yet every bit as real, forms part of the larger pressure pushing your own band toward tomorrow's departure. The corridor north promises not only better physical resources but also, crucially, territory not yet fully claimed and defended by established bands grown increasingly protective of their own shrinking holdings, a place where a newly arriving band might establish itself without immediately competing against entrenched groups defending resources they can no longer afford to share. It is worth understanding how delicately your people navigate these shifting social dynamics, reading the subtle signs of which neighbouring bands remain genuinely friendly and which have grown wary, adjusting their own behaviour accordingly, maintaining whatever cooperative relationships still hold while carefully avoiding conflict over resources grown too scarce to share comfortably. This careful social navigation, refined across generations of similar circumstances, forms an essential, often overlooked part of the accumulated wisdom your band carries into tomorrow's journey through territory occupied by exactly these kinds of neighbouring groups. There is something genuinely sobering in recognising how environmental pressure ripples outward from its physical origins, the diminishing springs and shrinking marshes, into the entire web of human relationships across the wider landscape, gradually reshaping not only where people can find water and food, but how they relate to each other in the increasingly difficult competition for those diminishing resources. Tomorrow's departure responds not only to physical scarcity, but to this entire shifting web of social pressure, the gradual hardening of relationships that abundance once kept generous and open. And yet a softer question lingers beneath all this practical reasoning, drifting at the edge of sleep without any urgency at all. What is it about the particular bodies and minds gathered around this fire that makes such a journey possible to even contemplate when so many other creatures facing the same drying land simply stay and fade with it? That question too waits gently for the hours still to come. If you're drifting now, let yourself go. Subscribe so the next story is waiting when you return. Sleep well. Lie back for a moment against the cooling stone and consider gently the body that will carry you north tomorrow, not as a machine to be analysed, but as an inheritance, shaped slowly across millions of years by ancestors who never saw this valley, never imagined this fire, but who nonetheless built piece by piece, generation by generation, the particular animal you happen to be tonight. Your legs are long relative to your torso, longer than almost any other primate that has ever lived, and they connect to hips and a spine arranged in a way that makes walking, not climbing, not knuckle running, the default effortless way your body moves through the world. This arrangement did not appear for this journey specifically. It was inherited from ancestors who began walking upright on two legs millions of years before any human resembling you existed at all. What makes your particular body unusually suited to a long overland walk, though, has less to do with the legs themselves and more to do with something almost invisible, your skin. Across most of your body, hair has thinned to nearly nothing, replaced by skin dense with sweat glands, millions of them, more than almost any other mammal on Earth carries. This lets you do something most animals cannot do nearly as well, shed heat continuously through evaporating sweat while remaining active under direct sun for hours at a stretch. It is a detail few people centuries from now will fully appreciate. This efficient sweat-based cooling system is widely considered one of the central physical adaptations that allowed human ancestors to become persistent hunters, capable of pursuing faster four-legged prey over long distances in open heat, until the animal, unable to cool itself as efficiently, simply collapsed from exhaustion. The same adaptation that let your ancestors run deer and antelope into the ground across open grassland is the adaptation that will let you walk day after day across unfamiliar terrain without succumbing to heat, the way many other large mammals would. Inside your skull, meanwhile, sits an organ disproportionately large for an animal your size, demanding an extraordinary share of your body's daily energy simply to keep functioning. This expensive brain is not, evolutionarily speaking, a free gift. It costs your body dearly in calories that must be found every single day through hunting, gathering, and careful food preparation. And yet every band that has carried this costly brain forward has, on balance, outsurvived bands that did not because of what that brain makes possible. Language is perhaps the clearest example, though it leaves almost no trace for future archaeologists to directly study. Around tonight's fire, your people speak in full, complex sentences, capable of describing not just what is happening right now, but what happened many days ago, what might happen several days from now, and what someone else far away might be thinking or planning even though you cannot see them. This capacity to share information about things not immediately present, what researchers will later call displaced reference, is something almost no other animal communication system on Earth fully achieves. Consider how much of tomorrow's journey depends entirely on this. The scouts who travelled north did not simply lead the band there directly. They returned, described what they had seen in careful detail, debated specifics with the elders, and through that shared language transferred a working mental map of unfamiliar territory into the minds of people who have never set foot there. Without language this rich, this precise, this capable of capturing detail and abstraction together, tomorrow's walk would be vastly more dangerous, perhaps impossible. There is a genuinely surprising fact buried in this. Genetic studies of a gene called FOXP2, deeply tied to the fine motor control required for complex speech, suggest that modern human variants of this gene were already well established in populations like your own long before tonight, while research into Neanderthal genomes shows they carried a very similar, though not identical, version, hinting at language capacities in both lineages that were considerably more developed than scientists assumed for much of the 20th century. Your hands, too, carry inheritance built for exactly this kind of journey. Fine, precise control over your fingers and thumb allows the careful stone toolwork happening near tonight's second fire, and will allow, tomorrow and every day after, the small, careful repairs, the precise binding of cordage, the delicate work of building shelter from unfamiliar materials in unfamiliar terrain. This dexterity, paired with the planning capacity housed in your expensive brain, is part of what lets your species adapt to environments. No single body, however strong, could survive through strength alone. It is worth dwelling gently on cooperation itself as a kind of physical adaptation, every bit as real as long legs or efficient sweat glands, even though it lives in behavior rather than bone. Humans of this period survive not primarily through individual strength, but through tightly coordinated group effort, sharing food reliably even when individual luck varies day to day, caring for injured or aging members long past the point where a purely individual calculation would abandon them, and planning collectively for journeys exactly like tomorrow's. Researchers studying skeletal remains from sites across this broad period will later find repeated striking evidence of this cooperative care. Healed fractures so severe that survival without sustained help from others would have been essentially impossible. Individuals who lived for years after losing most of their teeth, sustained entirely by food prepared for them by others, evidence of communities that simply did not abandon members who could no longer fully provide for themselves. Your body tonight also carries something less visible but equally important, an immune system already shaped by exposure to the particular diseases and parasites of this specific African landscape. This matters more for tomorrow's journey than it might first seem. As your band moves north, away from familiar water sources and into unfamiliar territory, you will encounter new pathogens your immune system has never met, even as you carry, unknowingly, certain immunities that populations already living further north may lack entirely. There is a fact about this exchange that later scientists will find genuinely fascinating. As modern humans expand out of Africa across coming millennia, they will not simply move into empty land. In some regions further north, other human populations descended from much earlier migrations already live, and contact between these different branches of the wider human family, when it eventually happens, will leave a small but permanent genetic signature, still detectable in DNA tens of thousands of years later, in nearly everyone outside Africa whose ancestors eventually made this same kind of journey. None of that lies within reach of tonight's understanding. What matters tonight, sitting at the fire's edge feeling the particular tiredness that comes before a long day of walking, is simply this. The body that will carry you north was never built for this specific journey, and yet seems, almost uncannily, prepared for exactly this kind of challenge, shaped across millions of years by ancestors who faced their own versions of uncertainty, scarcity, and necessary movement. Your feet, calloused but not painfully so, have walked this valley's particular mixture of rock, sand, and packed earth your entire life. Tomorrow they will learn new ground, new textures, new ways the earth gives or resists beneath each step. There is something almost moving in this, the idea that a body shaped this completely by one place can adapt, gradually, to an entirely different one, carrying forward everything useful from the old terrain while quietly absorbing the lessons of the new. Sleep, when it eventually comes to night, will do its own quiet work preparing you for tomorrow, consolidating memory, restoring the small daily wear on muscle and joint, allowing the elaborate, costly brain housed behind your eyes to settle and reset before the demands of a long walk begin. Even rest, in this sense, is part of the inheritance, part of the long, patient process by which your body readies itself, every single night, for whatever the next day happens to require. Consider, too, how much of what makes this journey survivable was never visible at all, encoded instead inside the deep architecture of your cells, the particular efficiency of your mitochondria converting food into usable energy, the specific balance of muscle fiber types that favor endurance over short bursts of explosive speed, the subtle hormonal responses that will help regulate stress, fatigue, and recovery across many consecutive days of sustained physical effort. It is, in its way, a strange comfort, lying here at the edge of the fire's warmth, to realize that you do not walk into tomorrow alone, carrying only your own individual strength against an uncertain world. You walk forward carrying millions of years of accumulated adaptation, the long, patient inheritance of every ancestor who ever survived heat, scarcity, distance, and uncertainty well enough to pass their particular combination of traits forward, eventually, into you. The fire has burned low enough now that its light barely reaches the edges of the camp, leaving most of the sleeping forms around you as soft, dark shapes against slightly darker ground. Somewhere nearby, someone shifts in their sleep, murmurs something indistinct, settles again. The whole camp breathes together in this quiet, unhurried way, bodies built across deep time, resting briefly before deep time asks something new of them. Consider gently the particular shape of your own skeleton, built not for any single specialized task, but for an unusual, almost universal versatility. Your shoulder joint, loose and mobile compared to most other primates, allows a full overhead range of motion well suited to throwing, a capacity that, paired with the careful stone points being finished tonight near the second fire, gives your band a genuine hunting advantage, the ability to bring down prey from a safe distance rather than relying solely on close, dangerous physical confrontation. It is a detail later biomechanics researchers will find genuinely fascinating. The particular twisting torque your torso generates during a full overhand throw, storing and releasing elastic energy through a coordinated sequence running from hip through shoulder through wrist, represents one of the most mechanically efficient throwing motions found anywhere in the animal kingdom, allowing even a relatively modest amount of muscular strength to generate genuinely dangerous projectile speed. Your eyes, too, carry adaptations suited to exactly the kind of open, sunlit grassland surrounding tonight's camp. Excellent color vision, particularly sensitive to the reds and greens that distinguish ripe fruit from unripe, dangerous plants from safe ones, paired with binocular depth perception precise enough to judge distance accurately for both throwing and careful tool work, gives your band genuine advantages in exactly the kind of varied, open terrain tomorrow's journey will require crossing. Consider too how much your particular physiology depends on careful, cooperative food preparation, rather than relying purely on raw biological capability. Your teeth, jaw, and digestive system, while certainly capable of processing raw food, function considerably more efficiently when food has already been processed, cut, pounded, or cooked before it ever reaches your mouth. This dependence on preparation, on shared communal labour, transforming raw materials into more easily digestible food, represents another deeply cooperative adaptation woven into your basic biology. It is worth noting here a genuinely significant fact about fire itself, the warm, low glow currently illuminating this entire camp. Controlled use of fire for cooking appears to predate modern humans considerably, with evidence suggesting earlier hominin ancestors had already begun this practice hundreds of thousands of years before tonight, fundamentally reshaping human digestive anatomy across that long span of time toward a system that depends, in practice, on cooked food to extract sufficient calories and nutrients to support your unusually large, expensive brain. Tomorrow's journey, then, depends not only on the bodies walking north, but on the careful, continuous maintenance of fire itself, on the multiple, redundant fire-starting kits checked and rechecked throughout today, on the accumulated knowledge of exactly which woods burn longest, which kindling catches most reliably, how to protect a small ember through difficult weather until it can be coaxed back into full flame at the next camp. There is something worth considering too about how your particular reproductive biology shapes the band travelling tomorrow. Human infants, compared to nearly every other mammal, are born remarkably underdeveloped, requiring years of intensive care before achieving anything resembling independence. This long, demanding period of dependency means your band cannot simply move at the pace the strongest, fastest members could achieve alone. Every decision about pace, about rest, about route, must account for the genuine needs of infants and young children who cannot yet care for themselves. This same prolonged childhood, costly as it is in the short term, builds something genuinely valuable across the longer arc of a human life, an extended period during which a developing brain absorbs an extraordinary amount of cultural knowledge, language, tool-making skill, social understanding, environmental knowledge, all the accumulated wisdom your band carries forward, generation to generation, transferred gradually, patiently, across years of careful teaching and observation, rather than encoded automatically into instinct alone. Consider the particular children sleeping near tonight's fire who will make tomorrow's journey. Each one carries already a surprising amount of practical knowledge for their age, basic plant identification, basic understanding of which animals are dangerous and which are not, the beginnings of tool-making skill practiced under careful adult supervision. This knowledge did not arrive instinctively. It arrived through years of patient, deliberate teaching, exactly the kind of teaching tomorrow's journey will continue to provide, even as the specific landscape being taught about changes completely. It is genuinely worth pausing on how unusual, among the wider animal kingdom, this combination of traits actually is. A species whose individual members are, in many respects, physically unimpressive compared to genuine predators or genuinely fast prey animals, but whose combination of endurance, cooperative behavior, complex communication, and accumulated cultural knowledge allows survival and eventual dominance across nearly every terrestrial environment on the planet. Your hair, or rather its relative absence across most of your body, deserves a final moment of consideration here, since it connects so directly to tomorrow's physical demands. The dense retained hair atop your head, even as body hair elsewhere has thinned considerably, serves a genuinely practical purpose, shielding the scalp and the heat-sensitive brain beneath it from direct, prolonged sun exposure during exactly the kind of long daytime walking tomorrow's journey will require, while allowing the rest of your skin to cool efficiently through sweat evaporation. There is finally something worth considering about resilience itself as a biological trait, distinct from raw strength or speed. Your body, across millions of years of ancestral adaptation, has been shaped less toward any single specialized extreme and more toward genuine flexibility, the capacity to function reasonably well across a remarkably wide range of conditions, hot or relatively cool, wet season or dry, familiar terrain or genuinely unfamiliar landscape never before encountered by anyone in your direct lineage. This flexibility, more than any single specialized adaptation, is likely the single most important physical inheritance carried into tomorrow's journey. Whatever unfamiliar terrain, unfamiliar climate, or unfamiliar challenge the route north eventually presents, your body, shaped by this same deep flexibility, carries genuine capacity to adapt and respond, exactly as it has adapted and responded to countless unfamiliar challenges faced by countless ancestors across the long, patient unfolding of human evolutionary history. Consider, too, something easy to overlook entirely: the particular sophistication of your inner ear and balance system, refined across millions of years of upright, bipedal movement across genuinely varied terrain, rock and sand and uneven ground alike. This refined sense of balance allows the kind of confident, efficient movement tomorrow's journey will require across terrain the scouts described as considerably rougher in places than the relatively gentle valley floor your band currently calls home. It is worth noting, too, how much your particular respiratory system has been shaped by ancestors who lived, for considerable stretches of evolutionary history, at varying elevations across the African landscape, from low-lying valley floors very much like this one to considerably higher plateau regions where the air itself carries measurably less oxygen. This inherited respiratory flexibility means your band, while certainly facing genuine physical challenge during tomorrow's journey, carries considerably more inherent adaptability to varying elevation and terrain than a more narrowly specialized animal might possess. There is something worth considering too about pain itself and your particular nervous system's relationship to it. Unlike many animals whose pain response simply demands immediate withdrawal or rest, human pain processing includes a genuinely sophisticated capacity to consciously evaluate and, when circumstances genuinely require it, temporarily override immediate pain signals in service of longer-term goals, a capacity that will likely prove necessary at various points during tomorrow's demanding multi-week journey, when minor injuries or simple exhaustion must be managed carefully rather than allowed to halt the band's necessary progress entirely. Consider finally the particular resilience built into your circulatory system, capable of efficiently redirecting blood flow between working muscles and vital organs depending on immediate physical demand, a capacity refined across countless generations of ancestors who similarly faced demanding physical exertion across genuinely varied terrain and climate. This same circulatory efficiency, largely invisible and entirely unconscious, will support every single step of tomorrow's long journey, requiring no deliberate attention from you at all, simply functioning, reliably, the way it always has, the way it was shaped across deep evolutionary time specifically to function. There is a final, genuinely remarkable fact worth considering before sleep finally takes hold tonight. Comparative genetic study of modern human populations, conducted long after tonight by researchers equipped with tools no one at this fire could possibly imagine, will eventually reveal that the genetic diversity carried by your own species despite its eventual spread across literally every habitable continent on Earth, remains considerably lower than the genetic diversity found within many other, far less widely distributed primate species, a pattern researchers will trace directly back to population bottlenecks, episodes of dramatic population reduction, very possibly including periods of difficult climatic pressure exactly like the one your own band currently navigates. This relative genetic uniformity, surprising as it might initially seem given humanity's eventual global spread, actually reflects something genuinely important about resilience itself. That your species survived multiple genuine close calls, periods where total population size may have dropped low enough to threaten long-term survival entirely, and that everyone alive in any future century, regardless of how different they might eventually look, or how differently their specific cultures might eventually develop, descends from the relatively narrow set of populations that successfully navigated those difficult bottleneck periods. Populations not unlike your own band, making careful, deliberate decisions exactly like tonight's, generation after generation, across hundreds of thousands of accumulated years. Consider gently one further detail about the particular bodies resting around tonight's fire, something that connects directly to the long evolutionary journey already completed before this night even begins. The gradual, patient shift across millions of years from ancestors who spent considerable time both on the ground and in trees, toward bodies fully committed to life on open ground, walking upright across exactly the kind of savanna and grassland mosaic surrounding tonight's camp. This commitment, irreversible across such deep evolutionary time, freed your hands entirely from the demands of locomotion, available instead for carrying, for tool use, for the careful, deliberate work currently happening near the second fire. It is worth noting, too, how this same evolutionary history left behind certain vulnerabilities alongside its many advantages. A lower back genuinely prone to strain under the kind of sustained, heavy carrying tomorrow's journey will require, knees and ankles bearing weight in ways that occasionally produce genuine discomfort across long, demanding days of travel. Your people manage these vulnerabilities through careful, accumulated practical knowledge, proper load distribution across multiple carriers rather than concentrated on any single person, deliberate rest periods structured specifically to allow joints and muscles, genuine recovery, traditional remedies for soreness and minor strain passed down through generations of careful, attentive caregiving. There is something worth sitting with, finally, in understanding that even these genuine physical vulnerabilities represent, in their own way, evidence of how thoroughly your body has been shaped by the specific demands of a life built around walking, carrying, and sustained cooperative effort, rather than any single specialized extreme. The very vulnerabilities that occasionally cause discomfort during tomorrow's journey are, in a real sense, simply the cost of the same flexible generalist body plan that makes the journey itself possible at all. Consider gently one final reflection on the body before this particular thread of tonight's reflection draws to its close. How genuinely remarkable it is that this same flexible generalist body, shaped across millions of years primarily for survival on African grassland and woodland, will eventually, carried forward by countless intervening generations of gradual adaptation, prove capable of thriving in environments as different as Arctic tundra, high mountain plateau, and dense tropical rainforest. Environments that would have seemed, to anyone sitting around tonight's fire, every bit as alien and impossible to survive in as the deep ocean floor or the surface of the moon. This eventual range of adaptation did not happen instantly, nor did it happen through any single dramatic transformation. It happened gradually, across countless generations, through exactly the kind of patient, careful adjustment your own body is already demonstrating tonight, simply by being the kind of flexible, adaptable body capable of contemplating tomorrow's genuinely uncertain journey with reasonable confidence rather than paralyzing fear. Consider gently one further dimension of the inheritance carried into tomorrow's journey, less physical than everything discussed so far, yet every bit as real and every bit as essential. The vast store of accumulated cultural knowledge held collectively within your band, distributed across many different minds rather than concentrated in any single person, encompassing tool-making, plant identification, animal behavior, weather prediction, navigation, healing, and countless other forms of practical wisdom refined across generations of careful accumulation and faithful transmission. This collective knowledge, far too vast for any single individual to hold entirely, represents perhaps the single most important inheritance carried into tomorrow's journey, more valuable, in genuine practical terms, than any physical possession the band carries north. A tool can be lost or broken and eventually remade. Knowledge of how to remake it, distributed across multiple minds within the band, proves far more durable, far more genuinely irreplaceable, the true foundation upon which the band's entire capacity for survival ultimately rests. It is worth understanding how genuinely sophisticated this distributed knowledge system actually is, how carefully your people ensure that critical knowledge exists redundantly across multiple individuals, rather than concentrated dangerously in any single irreplaceable person. The most skilled toolmaker teaches others. The most knowledgeable healer ensures younger members learn essential remedies. The most experienced navigators share their accumulated geographic knowledge through careful, repeated storytelling. This deliberate redundancy, this careful insurance against the loss of any single knowledgeable individual, reflects exactly the kind of sophisticated collective wisdom that allows small human bands to survive genuinely difficult circumstances across many generations. There is something genuinely moving in understanding that tomorrow's journey will be carried forward not primarily by any single exceptional individual, however strong or skilled, but by exactly this kind of distributed collective capacity, the accumulated wisdom of an entire community working together, each member contributing their own particular knowledge and skill toward a shared survival that none could possibly achieve alone. This deep cooperation, this fundamental reliance on collective rather than individual capability, represents perhaps the single most distinctively human inheritance of all, present already, fully formed around tonight's quiet fire. Let this understanding settle gently as sleep finally approaches. The recognition that the body resting beside tonight's fire, remarkable as it certainly is in its own right, draws its true strength less from individual capability than from this deep, accumulated inheritance. The millions of years of physical adaptation, the generations of accumulated cultural knowledge, the fundamental capacity for cooperation and care that binds the whole band together into something far more capable than any individual could ever be alone. You do not face tomorrow as a single isolated body. You face it as one part of a whole, carried forward by everything that whole has accumulated across the long, patient unfolding of the deep human past. There is genuine comfort available in this understanding tonight, worth carrying gently into sleep. Whatever individual uncertainty or weakness any single person might feel about tomorrow's demands, the band as a whole carries strength far exceeding the sum of its individual parts, strength built from cooperation, from shared knowledge, from the deep accumulated inheritance of being human, ready to support every single member through whatever difficulty the journey eventually presents. Rest now within that larger strength, trusting it to carry you forward, exactly as it has carried countless ancestors forward through their own versions of tomorrow's uncertain journey. And so a quiet wondering settles at the edge of your thoughts as sleep draws near, gentle and entirely unhurried. Across the long, final day now ending, what small, ordinary moments will turn out, in memory, to have mattered most? That soft question drifts away unanswered for now, waiting patiently for whatever the story chooses to show you next. Let the fire dim a little further while we step back, gently, into the hours just before this evening, into the last full day this camp will ever hold in quite this configuration. Mornings here begin early, before the sun has fully cleared the eastern hills, while the air still carries the faint coolness of night, and the grass underfoot remains damp with whatever dew the dry season allows. You wake, this final morning, to the familiar sounds of camp stirring around you, the soft scrape of someone banking the fire's coals, a child's drowsy complaint quickly hushed, the low, steady conversation of two women already sorting through gathering baskets near the spring. None of it sounds different from any other morning. That, perhaps, is the quiet strangeness of it, how thoroughly ordinary a profoundly significant day can feel while it is actually happening. Breakfast, such as it is, comes from whatever remained from the previous evening, supplemented by a handful of dried fruit pulled from a storage bag and passed quickly between family members still only half awake. There is no ceremony to this final ordinary breakfast, no one pauses to mark its significance. Food here is practical, immediate, eaten quickly so the day's necessary work can begin. Much of this final day is spent finishing what could not be finished earlier. Last checks on water skins, last repairs to sandals worn from a long dry season of walking, last careful rebinding of spear points that have come slightly loose. An older craftsman spends much of the morning seated near the second fire, running his thumb along the edge of a freshly knapped point, testing its sharpness against the side of his palm before setting it carefully into a small leather pouch with several others. It is worth noting how much skill, how much accumulated practice sits inside even these small, unremarkable preparations. The careful selection of stone, the precise angle and force of each strike needed to remove a clean flake rather than a shattered, useless fragment, the patient's secondary work shaping a rough flake into a finished, balanced point. All of this represents knowledge built across years of practice, passed down through careful demonstration and correction, rather than written instruction, since writing itself remains tens of thousands of years away. Midday brings the heaviest heat of the day, and with it, a natural pause in the camp's activity. Most people retreat into whatever shade is available, beneath the wide acacia near the spring, or inside the small brush shelters built along the camp's edge. Children nap fitfully in this heat, sprawled across woven mats, while adults rest more lightly, half listening for anything unusual, even while their eyes stay closed. During this quiet midday lull, two older women sit together sorting through a collection of small clay-stained stones, pieces of ochre gathered from a deposit several days' walk from here. One grinds a small piece slowly against a flat stone, working it down into fine reddish powder that will later be mixed with animal fat to create a paste used for both practical and decorative purposes, protection against sun and insects, and marking that carries meaning specific to your people, understood instantly by anyone who shares your particular cultural traditions. Few people imagining this period correctly picture how deliberately, how carefully such pigment use was practiced. Archaeological sites across this broad region and period will later reveal ochre processing toolkits, complete with grinding stones, mixing containers made from shell, and stirring implements suggesting genuinely sophisticated repeated production, rather than occasional casual use. This was a real technology, refined and taught deliberately across generations, every bit as much a part of daily life as toolmaking or fire building. By mid-afternoon, the heat begins to ease slightly, and activity around the camp picks back up. A group of children, old enough to help but still young enough to treat most tasks as a kind of game, are sent with two adults toward a stand of trees a short distance from camp, tasked with gathering whatever ripe fruit and edible roots remain accessible this late in the dry season. The children move through this familiar task with the easy confidence of people who have done it many times before, calling out to each other when a particularly good find is spotted, occasionally squabbling briefly over who gets to carry the fuller basket before an adult quietly redirects the dispute. This will be among the last times these particular trees, this particular stretch of familiar gathering ground, will be visited by anyone in your band. None of the children know this yet, not in any way that changes how they move through the afternoon. They gather fruit and chase each other between trees and complain about the heat, exactly as they would on any other ordinary day, untouched by the quiet significance the adults around tonight's fire have been carrying in varying degrees for weeks now. Back at camp, preparations continue at a steady, unhurried pace. Someone tends carefully to a length of hide being worked into a more durable carrying pouch, scraping away the last traces of fat with a stone tool before working it gently to keep it supple. Another sits weaving new cordage from plant fibre gathered earlier in the week, replacing older lengths that have begun to fray from years of use. It is easy, looking back from any later century, to imagine such preparations as dramatic, weighted with obvious significance. In practice, on the ground, in real time, they look almost exactly like ordinary daily maintenance, the same kind of steady, practical upkeep that happens in this camp every single week, regardless of whether a major journey is planned or not. The difference tomorrow brings is not visible in any single task. It exists only in the accumulated total of all these small, careful, deliberate preparations happening together at once across an entire final day. As the afternoon stretches on, a small hunting party returns earlier than expected, having tracked and successfully taken a single, mid-sized antelope several hours' walk to the east. This is good fortune, and welcome, since fresh meat secured this close to departure means less reliance on already limited dried stores during at least the first several days of travel. The animal is processed quickly and efficiently near the edge of camp, every part finding some use: meat for eating fresh tonight and smoking tomorrow morning before departure, hide destined for repair material, sinew for new cordage, bone for future tool blanks. Almost nothing here is wasted, a practical necessity for people whose margin for error, even in relatively good times, remains genuinely thin. Children gather to watch this process with open curiosity rather than squeamishness, since this is simply how food has always become food, in full view, understood completely rather than abstracted away, behind any kind of separation between the living animal and the meal it eventually becomes. An older hunter explains quietly to a young boy watching closely exactly where to find the best cuts, knowledge the boy will need himself, eventually, on hunts of his own. As the sun begins its slow descent toward the western hills, casting long shadows across the camp, the day's work begins winding gradually toward its close. The smell of roasting meat drifts across the clearing, mixing with wood smoke in a combination so familiar it barely registers as scent at all anymore. Simply the smell of evening arriving, the smell of a day's work nearing completion. Dinner tonight is, by the standards of recent weeks, genuinely abundant, fresh meat supplementing the usual gathered plants and stored provisions. There is something almost ceremonial in this abundance, though no one explicitly names it as such. It simply feels right somehow to eat well together on this particular night before tomorrow's walking begins in earnest. As the meal winds down and the light continues fading toward the dusk that opened this entire story, conversation around the fire turns gradually toward the journey ahead, less anxious discussion now than simple, practical confirmation. Who will carry which provisions? Which order the band will walk in tomorrow? The strongest hunters ranging slightly ahead and behind to watch for danger, families with young children kept toward the protected center of the moving group. An elder speaks briefly, his voice carrying easily across the now quieting camp, reminding everyone of the route the scouts described, the landmarks to watch for, the rough number of days expected before reaching the first major water source along the way. This is not new information to anyone present. It has been discussed in pieces for weeks now. Tonight's repetition serves a different purpose, less about conveying facts and more about settling everyone's mind together around a shared, agreed understanding before sleep. By the time this final, ordinary day fully gives way to night, the practical work of preparation is essentially complete. What remains is simply rest, the quiet, unhurried settling into sleep that every person here will need if tomorrow's walking is to begin with any real strength behind it. The fire, as it has every evening of your life, burns down slowly toward embers, and the camp, full and familiar one final time, settles gradually into its last night of stillness. Earlier in this final afternoon, before the hunting party returned with their good fortune, a small group of women had gathered near the spring's edge for one last, thorough collection of a particular route your people rely on heavily during travel, valued for storing well over many days without spoiling and providing reliable, dense nutrition, even when prepared with minimal effort over a small fire. This particular plant grows only in the slightly damper soil immediately surrounding the spring, and will not, the women know from experience shared by elders who travelled similar routes decades earlier, be reliably found again until the band reaches the first major water source many days north. Digging these roots requires real skill, knowing exactly how deep to dig without damaging the root itself, recognizing the particular pattern of surface leaves that indicates a healthy, fully mature plant, rather than one too young to harvest sustainably. A girl of perhaps 10, working alongside her mother and aunts, has clearly absorbed much of this skill already, her small digging stick moving with confident, practiced motion, rather than the tentative uncertainty of a true beginner. It is worth noting how much of what later anthropologists will call traditional ecological knowledge is being actively transmitted in scenes exactly like this one, not through any formal instruction or deliberate lesson, but through ordinary, repeated participation in real tasks alongside more experienced family members. This girl is not being taught root gathering in any abstract sense. She is simply gathering roots, repeatedly, season after season, alongside people who already know how, absorbing the necessary skill gradually through accumulated direct experience. Meanwhile, near the camp's central fire, an older man who served as one of the lead scouts on the recent journey north sits with several of the band's strongest hunters, reviewing one final time the specific landmarks they will need to recognize along the early stretches of tomorrow's route. He traces shapes in the dust with a stick, a rough approximation of the terrain ahead, marking the location of the first reliable water source, roughly 3 days steady walking from here, and the second considerably further, perhaps 8 or 9 days beyond that. This kind of careful, deliberate route memorization, repeated and cross-checked among multiple band members, rather than relying on any single person's memory alone, represents a genuinely sophisticated risk management strategy. If the lead scout becomes injured or separated from the group during the actual journey, several other people will still carry enough memorized detail about the route to guide the band safely forward, without depending entirely on any single irreplaceable individual. As the afternoon's heaviest heat finally begins to ease, a small celebration of sorts takes shape near the fire, modest and unplanned, arising naturally from the day's good fortune with the antelope hunt and the simple, accumulating relief of preparation finally nearing completion. Someone begins a low, rhythmic clapping pattern, picked up gradually by others, while a few of the younger members of the band move in loose, easy rhythm beside the fire. Not formal dance exactly, more a kind of shared physical release after weeks of careful, sustained planning. Music and rhythm, even in this simple, informal form, carry real significance worth pausing on. Later researchers studying sites from this broad period will find evidence suggesting deliberately crafted bone and reed instruments existed even earlier than this particular night. Hollow bone pipes carved with finger holes precise enough to produce a genuine, repeatable range of notes, evidence that your people's relationship with rhythm, melody, and shared, communal sound already runs considerably deeper than simple incidental noise. Tonight's informal gathering carries no instrument, only voice, clapping, and the steady percussion of feet against packed earth. But the underlying impulse, the deep human pull toward shared rhythm, as a way of binding a group together emotionally before a significant shared undertaking, connects directly to that same deeper tradition. For a brief while, worry about tomorrow recedes slightly behind the simple, immediate pleasure of moving and sounding together, surrounded by people you love on familiar ground one final time. As this small gathering eventually winds down, replaced again by the more practical business of final preparation, an older woman who has lived through several previous band relocations during her own lifetime offers quiet reassurance to a younger mother visibly nervous about the journey ahead. She speaks plainly, without false comfort, acknowledging genuine difficulty ahead while also emphasizing, from direct lived experience, that such journeys, while hard, are survivable, that her own earlier relocation, decades ago now, eventually led to several genuinely good years before circumstances required moving once more. This kind of intergenerational reassurance, grounded in real lived experience rather than empty comfort, matters enormously for the psychological resilience tomorrow's journey will require. Knowing that others before you have faced similarly daunting uncertainty and survived, even thrived, provides a genuine, practical kind of courage, distinct from naive optimism, built instead from accumulated evidence that hardship, however real, is not the same thing as certain doom. As true evening settles fully over the camp, a quieter ritual begins, one practiced the night before any significant journey for as long as anyone can remember. Each family group, in turn, walks slowly to the spring's edge, cups a small amount of water in their palms, and drinks it deliberately, marking this final evening's connection to the particular water source that has sustained this camp across so many prior seasons. There is no elaborate ceremony attached to this simple act, no formal words spoken, yet everyone present understands its quiet significance, a final, physical acknowledgement of gratitude toward this specific place before tomorrow's departure. Children old enough to understand what is happening drink with unusual solemnity, mimicking the careful attention of the adults around them, sensing, even without full understanding, that this particular moment carries weight beyond its simple physical function. As families return from the spring's edge, the final meal preparation reaches its last stages, smoke rising steadily now from several small cooking fires scattered around the camp's perimeter. the smell of roasting meat mixing with the lighter, sharper scent of certain herbs gathered specifically for tonight's meal, valued both for flavour and for their reputation, passed down through generations of settling the stomach before demanding physical exertion. It is worth noting how much careful, accumulated practical wisdom is embedded in even something as simple as tonight's specific meal choices. Food selected for tonight balance immediate nutritional need against practical concern for how well-fed bodies will perform during tomorrow's first, often most physically demanding day of travel, when initial enthusiasm must carry the band through genuine, sustained physical exertion before the body has fully adjusted to the new daily rhythm travel will require. As darkness fully settles and the meal finally concludes, a brief quiet gathering forms around the central fire, not for any further practical planning, since that work has been thoroughly completed across recent weeks, but simply for the shared comfort of sitting together, fully present, one final time in exactly this configuration before tomorrow's departure begins reshaping the band into whatever new daily rhythm the journey north will require. Someone produces, from a carefully wrapped bundle kept specifically for occasions like this one, a small handful of a particular dried fruit, sweeter and more highly valued than the band's everyday provisions, saved specifically for tonight rather than consumed during ordinary meals across recent weeks. This small, deliberate indulgence, modest by any later standard, carries genuine significance within the careful, generally frugal economy of daily survival your band practices, a small intentional marking of tonight's particular importance. Children receive the largest share of this small treat, an arrangement no one needs to discuss or negotiate, simply the natural, unspoken priority given to the youngest members of the group whenever genuine abundance, however modest, becomes available. Watching them enjoy this small sweetness, several adults exchange quiet, knowing glances, a shared, wordless acknowledgement of how much tomorrow's uncertain journey is, in the end, primarily undertaken for exactly these children's eventual benefit, for the better, more secure future the journey north promises, even if that promise remains, tonight, still genuinely uncertain. As the small treat is finished and the gathering finally begins winding down toward actual sleep, the practical work of settling each family group into their sleeping arrangements takes its familiar, well-practiced shape: mats unrolled, infants settled against their mothers, older children arranged carefully near whichever adult will be most responsible for their particular care during tomorrow's early walking. This careful, deliberate arrangement, considered thoughtfully rather than left to chance, reflects the same underlying spirit of careful preparation that has shaped every other aspect of tonight's final hours before departure. Consider gently one final detail from this last full day worth carrying into sleep tonight: the particular unhurried way the afternoon light moved across the valley floor as the day's heaviest heat finally eased, long golden bands stretching slowly across grass and rock, the same light that has fallen across this exact valley every single afternoon for longer than any memory reaches, and will continue falling, unchanged, long after tomorrow's departure, long after every person currently sleeping near this fire has lived out their own full, complete life. There is something worth sitting with in this particular ordinary beauty, the kind so easily overlooked in the midst of busy daily preparation, yet so deeply woven into what actually makes this valley feel like home. Tomorrow's journey will eventually reveal its own new forms of beauty, unfamiliar light falling across unfamiliar terrain, but tonight, this final evening, belongs entirely to the specific, irreplaceable beauty of exactly this place, exactly this light, exactly this particular configuration of family and fire and familiar, beloved ground. As true darkness finally settles fully over the camp, broken only by the fire's steady, diminishing glow, the last scattered conversations gradually fade into the deeper quiet of actual sleep. Tomorrow's first light will arrive, as it always has, whether anyone feels fully ready for it or not, and the long, careful work of today's final preparation will finally be tested against the genuine, unpredictable reality of the journey itself. Consider, gently, one further scene from this final day worth holding in memory. A quiet moment shortly before dusk when the entire band, gathered loosely near the spring's edge, paused together to watch a small herd of zebra move unhurried across the distant valley floor, backlit by the day's last warm light. No one commented on it directly, there was simply a shared, wordless pause, several dozen people standing together, briefly united in quiet appreciation of an entirely ordinary sight made suddenly somehow more vivid by the knowledge that tomorrow would bring genuine change. This kind of shared, wordless noticing, easy to overlook amid the busier, more obviously significant moments of final preparation, carries its own quiet importance. It reflects something genuinely valuable about how your people experience the world together, a capacity for shared attention and shared appreciation that requires no explicit discussion to function, simply the comfortable, accumulated familiarity of people who have spent their entire lives noticing the world together, side by side, season after season. As the final hour before full sleep settles over the camp, a young mother hums quietly to her infant son, a wordless, simple melody passed down from her own mother, used specifically for exactly this purpose across countless similar evenings. The infant settles gradually into sleep against her shoulder, entirely unaware of tomorrow's significance, held simply and completely within the immediate sufficient comfort of his mother's warmth and familiar voice. Consider gently one final image from this last full day, easy to overlook amid the larger preparations yet quietly significant in its own right. A small group of older children, finished with their assigned tasks for the day, gathered briefly near the camp's edge to practice a simple game involving tossing and catching a small bundle of woven grass, laughing quietly together in the particular unguarded way children manage even on the eve of genuinely significant change, untouched for these few stolen minutes by any of the larger uncertainty occupying the adults around them. This capacity, present so clearly in children yet available too to adults willing to access it, the ability to find genuine, immediate joy even amid considerable surrounding uncertainty, represents its own quiet form of resilience, worth honouring as tonight's final full day finally draws to its close. Tomorrow will bring its own demands, its own genuine difficulty. Tonight, though, even amid careful preparation and quiet apprehension, still held room for laughter, for play, for the simple, sufficient pleasure of an ordinary game shared among people who love each other. Consider gently one final detail from this last full day worth carrying into sleep. The particular way the entire band's mood shifted, subtly but unmistakably, once the bulk of the day's preparation finally reached completion in the late afternoon. A certain accumulated tension, present throughout the busy day of final readiness, gradually eased into something more settled, more peaceful, the particular quiet relief of people who have done everything reasonably possible to prepare for a genuine challenge, and who can now, finally, simply rest before that challenge actually arrives. This shift from anxious preparation towards settled readiness reflects something genuinely important about how your people approach difficult undertakings more broadly. The goal of careful preparation is never to eliminate uncertainty entirely, since genuine uncertainty can never be fully eliminated from any worthwhile undertaking. The goal, instead, is to reach a point of honest, settled readiness, the calm confidence of having prepared as thoroughly as circumstances allow, which then frees the mind to rest properly rather than churning endlessly through worries that further preparation cannot actually resolve. There is genuine wisdom in this distinction, worth carrying forward into your own understanding of how to face difficult circumstances. Preparation matters enormously, and your band has prepared with genuine thoroughness across the weeks leading to tonight. But there comes a point, reached now on this final evening, where further worry serves no useful purpose, where the wisest possible response to remaining uncertainty is simply to rest, to trust the preparation already completed, and to gather the strength that tomorrow's genuine demands will require. As this final evening settles fully towards sleep, that settled, prepared calm spreads gradually across the entire camp, a shared, quiet readiness that needs no words to communicate itself. People rest more easily tonight than they have across recent anxious weeks of preparation, precisely because that preparation is now, finally, complete. Whatever tomorrow brings will be met with whatever strength tonight's rest manages to restore, and that, your people understand deeply, is genuinely enough. Consider gently one final image from this last full day, worth holding as sleep finally arrives, the way the entire camp looked in the final moments before full darkness, viewed from a slight distance, the scattered family groups settling onto their mats, the low fire glowing at the centre, the dark shapes of the surrounding hills rising against a sky just beginning to fill with stars. It is an entirely ordinary image, repeated essentially unchanged across every evening of your life, and yet tonight it carries a particular poignancy, the quiet beauty of a familiar scene witnessed consciously, fully, one final time before circumstances carry it permanently into memory. There is something worth honouring in this kind of final, conscious witnessing, the deliberate choice to see a beloved ordinary scene clearly and completely before it becomes memory rather than immediate experience. So much of ordinary life passes unnoticed, witnessed only half-consciously amid the busy practical rush of daily survival. Tonight, this final full evening, offers a rare opportunity for exactly this kind of full, conscious noticing, honouring the ordinary beauty of a home before tomorrow's departure transforms it, gently, into something carried forward in memory rather than lived directly. Let that final, conscious image of home settle gently into you now as sleep finally completely arrives, the low fire, the scattered sleeping families, the dark hills against the star-filled sky, held clearly and completely in the kind of deep memory that will travel with you, fully intact into whatever unfamiliar landscape tomorrow's journey eventually leads, a permanent inner image of the place that raised you, carried forward faithfully no matter how far the walking eventually takes you from this particular valley, this particular fire, this particular final beloved night. And as this final beloved night settles fully towards sleep, one last gentle question drifts at the edge of awareness, carrying no weight of worry at all. Of all the people gathered around this fire tonight, who will walk north tomorrow, and who, for their own quiet reasons, will choose instead to stay? That soft question waits, unhurried, for the hours still to come. Not everyone who could walk tomorrow will walk. This is one of the quieter truths sitting beneath tonight's fire, one that has not been discussed loudly or often, but that everyone present understands clearly. Bands like yours rarely move as single, undivided units across major distances. More commonly, a portion travels while another portion remains, maintaining a presence on familiar ground in case conditions improve, in case the journey north fails, in case some members simply choose, for reasons entirely their own, that this particular departure is not theirs to make. Across the fire from you sits a family who will not be walking tomorrow. The reasons are practical rather than dramatic. An infant born only 2 months ago, too young yet for the kind of sustained daily travel the journey north will demand, and a grandmother whose health, already fragile, makes the elders responsible for tonight's planning genuinely worried about the risk such a long walk might pose to her. There is no shame attached to staying, no sense that those remaining behind are somehow less capable or less committed than those departing. The decision has been discussed openly, weighed carefully, and arrived at the way most major decisions in your band are arrived at through patient conversation, rather than any single authority simply declaring what must happen. Staying, in this case, is its own form of courage, a willingness to hold this particular patch of increasingly difficult ground for as long as it remains survivable. It is worth pausing on how genuinely significant this kind of splitting actually was across the larger sweep of human history. Genetic evidence gathered long after this night will reveal repeated patterns of population splitting and partial remerging across tens of thousands of years, branches separating, surviving independently for generations, and sometimes reconnecting later when conditions allowed, weaving an extraordinarily complex layered genetic history that no single simple narrative of straightforward, one-directional migration can fully capture. Tonight, though, none of that distant complexity matters as much as the immediate human weight of saying goodbye to people you have known your entire life. People who share blood, shared meals, shared seasons of hardship and abundance, stretching back as far as memory reaches. A young man sits quietly beside his older brother, who has chosen to remain behind with his new wife, an infant daughter. Neither speaks much. There is little left to say that has not already been said across the past several days. Partings like this carry a particular kind of grief, different from the grief of death, though related to it. Both brothers understand, without needing to state it aloud, that this might genuinely be the last time they see each other, that the corridor north will not stay open indefinitely, that the journey itself carries real risk, and that even a successful arrival somewhere new offers no guarantee of any future path leading back to this exact place, to these exact remaining family members. And yet there is also, beneath the grief, something more practical and more hopeful than pure loss. Bands separated by distance in this period rarely vanish from each other's awareness entirely. Stories travel along trade networks, carried by occasional travellers moving between scattered groups. News of a successful arrival somewhere north might eventually reach this valley again, carried hand to hand, voice to voice, across however many intermediate bands lie along the route. An older woman, the grandmother whose fragile health is part of why her family remains behind, calls you over quietly as the evening deepens. She presses something small and worn into your palm, a polished stone she has carried for longer than you have been alive, smoothed by decades of handling until its surface feels almost like skin. She says little, only that it should travel with you, a small piece of this place carried forward into wherever you eventually settle. This kind of object, small, personal, carrying meaning entirely disconnected from practical utility, represents something genuinely significant about human behaviour during this period, something later archaeologists will spend considerable effort trying to understand from far more limited evidence than this single direct moment offers you tonight. People of this era were already capable of investing simple physical objects with deep emotional and symbolic weight, treating certain possessions not merely as tools but as carriers of relationship, memory and identity across distance and time. Elsewhere around the fire, similar quiet exchanges are happening in smaller, less visible ways. A woman teaches her younger sister, who will remain behind, a particular knot pattern useful for securing loads during difficult terrain, knowledge that might prove useful even without the immediate journey to apply it to. A father spends extra time tonight with a son who is staying, not speaking of anything especially significant, simply present, simply available, in the particular way fathers often are when words feel insufficient for what actually needs expressing. It is worth considering gently how this pattern of partial departure actually served the wider survival of the human lineage across deep time. A single band committing entirely to one risky, unproven journey north risks losing everything if the route fails, if water sources prove less reliable than scouts reported, if unforeseen danger appears along the way. Splitting the band, leaving a portion behind on known survivable ground, hedges against this risk in a way that benefits the wider group's chances even as it imposes real, immediate emotional cost on the individuals actually separated by the choice. This same pattern, repeated independently by countless bands across countless generations throughout this broad period of African prehistory, helps explain something later geneticists will find genuinely remarkable: the deep genetic diversity preserved within Africa, even after tens of thousands of years of departures, expansions and population movements, remains far greater than anywhere else humans eventually settled, precisely because so many lineages, so many separate branches of this same unfolding story, persisted continuously on this continent rather than all departing together in any single unified wave. As the evening deepens further, the immediate practical task of preparing for departure mixes increasingly with this quieter, harder work of farewell. A young child, not fully understanding what tomorrow actually means, asks her cousin, who is staying, when they will play together again. The cousin, perhaps 12 years old, offers an answer carefully calibrated to be honest without being frightening. Maybe soon, maybe not for a long while, but the rivers and trails between bands carry news sometimes, and maybe someday a traveller will bring word of how the journey went. There is real wisdom in this kind of careful, age-appropriate honesty, the willingness to acknowledge genuine uncertainty without collapsing into either false reassurance or unnecessary alarm. Children of this period, much like children in any era, absorb far more from the emotional tone surrounding them than from the literal content of what adults explicitly say. And tonight's careful, measured tone, sad but not panicked, uncertain but not despairing, shapes how these children will carry this particular memory forward, whichever direction their own lives eventually take them. Near the edge of the firelight, two elders who have known each other since childhood sit together in comfortable silence, sharing one last evening before one departs and the other remains. Words feel almost unnecessary between people who have shared this much accumulated history together. Occasionally one speaks, recalling some shared memory from decades earlier, and the other responds with quiet, easy familiarity. the particular comfort possible only between people who have genuinely known each other across an entire lifetime. It would be easy, looking back from any distant future vantage point, to focus entirely on the departing band, on the dramatic forward momentum of a journey that will eventually, across many subsequent generations, help populate continents. These people around the fire cannot begin to imagine. But the ones who remain matter equally to this story hold their own quiet, essential significance, continuing the long, unbroken thread of human presence on this particular African ground that stretches back already hundreds of thousands of years before tonight, and will continue stretching forward for all the centuries still to come. As the fire continues its slow burn down toward embers, the goodbyes happening around it grow quieter, less about words now, and more about simple physical presence, hands held a little longer than usual, shoulders leaned against each other in the particular wordless comfort shared by people who have loved each other across an entire lifetime, and now face the genuine possibility of not seeing each other again. Tomorrow morning, when the band finally departs, these farewells will be brief, practical, deliberately undramatic, because lingering too long over departure makes the actual leaving harder for everyone involved. Tonight, though, in the unhurried dark before that morning arrives, there is room for exactly this kind of slow, full, unguarded tenderness, the particular grace of people loving each other completely in the last hours before distance, uncertain and possibly permanent, begins to separate them. Consider, gently, the practical arrangements being quietly finalized tonight between the departing and remaining halves of your band, decisions about which tools, which stores of food, which specific knowledge should travel north and which should remain here, supporting those who stay. A skilled toolmaker remaining behind has spent part of this evening teaching a younger relative who will travel tomorrow several refinements to a particular napping technique, ensuring this specific knowledge does not stay confined to the camp being left behind. This deliberate redundancy, the careful effort to ensure important skills and knowledge exist in both the departing and remaining groups, rather than concentrated entirely in one or the other, reflects a genuinely sophisticated understanding of risk distribution, the same underlying logic that leads bands to split rather than travel entirely together. Whatever happens to either group, whatever hardship or success the coming months bring, neither group will be left entirely without the accumulated practical knowledge your people depend on for survival. Near the edge of the firelight, a young widow, recently lost her husband to a hunting accident several months earlier, sits quietly weighing her own decision about tomorrow. She has not yet fully decided whether to travel north with her young son or remain here among the extended family who has supported her through recent grief. This kind of genuinely open, undecided choice, still being weighed even on this final evening, reflects how seriously such decisions are actually treated, not as foregone conclusions, but as real, carefully considered individual choices respected by the wider band. It is worth understanding that bands of this period rarely enforced rigid, unified decisions about major movements. Individual families, even individual adults within families, retained genuine agency over whether to join a particular journey, and this flexibility, this respect for individual circumstance and preference even within a tightly cooperative group, likely contributed significantly to the overall resilience and adaptability that allowed human populations to successfully navigate the genuinely difficult uncertainties of this period. Elsewhere, two young men who have been close companions since early childhood face a particularly difficult version of tomorrow's separation. One will travel north tomorrow, eager for the journey's promise of new territory and new opportunity. The other, recently betrothed to a young woman from a neighbouring family who will remain in this region, has chosen to stay, his future now bound to a different path than his oldest friends. They sit together near the fire's edge for much of this final evening, saying relatively little, content simply to share this last stretch of ordinary time together before genuinely different futures pull them apart. Occasionally, one makes a quiet joke, recalling some shared memory from years earlier, and the other laughs briefly before the conversation settles again into comfortable, companionable silence, the particular ease shared by people who have known each other long enough not to need constant conversation to feel close. There is something worth noting about how grief and hope sit so closely together throughout tonight's gathering, neither one fully overwhelming the other. The sadness of genuine separation, real and deeply felt, exists alongside real, practical hope, Hope that the journey north succeeds. Hope that those remaining behind find the difficult dry season eventually easing. Hope that somehow, through trade networks and travelling stories, news will eventually flow back and forth between these two halves of what was, until tomorrow, a single unified band. As the evening deepens further still, an elder who will be travelling tomorrow gathers several of the youngest children, both those departing and those remaining, into a loose circle near the fire for one final shared story. A tale about a clever hare outwitting a much larger, much stronger lion, through patience and cleverness rather than strength. A story clearly told many times before, judging by how readily the children anticipate certain phrases and respond with familiar, practiced delight at certain turns. This kind of shared storytelling, happening one final time across the full undivided group before tomorrow's split, carries real emotional weight beyond its simple entertainment value. It reaffirms, one last time, the shared cultural inheritance binding both halves of tomorrow's divided band together, a reminder that distance and separation do not erase the deep, accumulated connection built across years of shared stories, shared meals, and shared hardship survived together. Consider gently the particular practical arrangement being quietly finalized tonight regarding how news might eventually pass between the two halves of your band. However infrequently and unreliably such news might actually manage to travel. A specific landmark, a distinctively shaped rock formation roughly 2 days' walk north of this valley, has been agreed upon as a kind of message point, a place where travellers from either direction might leave small, carefully arranged markers indicating recent passage, general well-being, or specific need for assistance. This kind of informal low-technology messaging system, relying entirely on agreed-upon physical signs left at known locations rather than any direct verbal communication, represents a genuinely practical solution to the real problem of maintaining at least minimal connection across the kind of distance and separation tomorrow's departure will create. It will not provide frequent or detailed communication, but it offers something, a thin thread of connection better than complete total silence between two halves of a single family. There is something worth noting too about the particular emotional texture of tonight's farewells, how they blend grief and practical hope so closely together that neither fully dominates the other. Unlike farewells associated with certain death, where grief alone might reasonably overwhelm every other feeling, tonight's goodbyes carry genuine, reasonable hope alongside the sadness, hope grounded in the real possibility, however uncertain, of eventual reunion, of news eventually travelling, of circumstances eventually allowing renewed contact between people who love each other, but face, tomorrow, genuinely different paths forward. As the evening's farewells continue quietly, around different small clusters scattered across the firelit camp, there emerges a kind of unspoken collective understanding that whatever happens tomorrow and in the weeks following, tonight itself, this final evening of full undivided togetherness, will be remembered, carried forward by everyone present as something genuinely precious, a last full measure of a particular kind of completeness that tomorrow's necessary departure will, regardless of eventual outcome, permanently alter. Consider gently the particular weight carried by the eldest member of your band tonight, a woman whose own memory stretches back further than anyone else present, who has witnessed several prior separations of exactly this kind across her own long lifetime, watching siblings, cousins, and once, many decades ago, her own first husband, depart on journeys from which they never returned, their fates never fully known, only imagined across the long years since, through whatever fragments of second-hand information occasionally reached this valley. She has chosen, tonight, to remain behind rather than attempt tomorrow's demanding journey, a decision made not from fear, but from honest, practical assessment of what her own aging body can reasonably sustain. Yet she has spent considerable time this evening offering quiet, careful guidance to the younger members departing tomorrow, sharing specific details from her own memory of an earlier journey, decades past, details about managing morale during difficult stretches, about recognizing early signs of serious illness or injury before they become genuinely dangerous, about maintaining group cohesion even when individual exhaustion and frustration inevitably begin testing everyone's patience. This kind of careful, deliberate transfer of hard-won practical wisdom, offered freely and without any expectation of direct personal benefit, since she herself will not be making tomorrow's journey, represents perhaps the deepest form of care available within your particular cultural context. The patient, generous sharing of accumulated experience specifically intended to improve the odds of survival for people she loves, even though she will not be present to witness whether that wisdom ultimately proves useful or not. Consider gently, too, the particular grief carried by a young father whose own infant daughter, born only recently, will be making tomorrow's demanding journey at an age young enough that her survival depends entirely on her mother's continued health and milk supply across the genuinely difficult weeks ahead. He has spent considerable time this final evening quietly discussing, with several of the band's more experienced mothers, practical strategies for managing exactly this kind of vulnerability, ensuring his wife receives adequate rest and nutrition even amid the demanding daily rhythm travel will require. This kind of careful, anxious attentiveness, focused specifically on protecting the band's most vulnerable members through whatever practical means available, runs as a quiet undercurrent through much of tonight's preparation, rarely spoken aloud directly, yet clearly present in countless small gestures and careful arrangements made throughout this final evening. It reflects, perhaps as clearly as anything else happening around tonight's fire, the deep practical seriousness with which your band approaches its collective responsibility toward every member, regardless of age or current capability. As the night deepens further, the various scattered farewells and quiet preparations gradually give way to actual rest, families settling into their accustomed sleeping arrangements, one final time in this particular configuration, the full band, departing and remaining alike, sharing this last night together beneath the same familiar stretch of star-filled sky that has watched over this valley for as long as anyone's memory, however carefully preserved across generations of careful oral tradition, can possibly reach. Consider, gently, one final exchange worth carrying forward from tonight's many quiet farewells, a brief conversation between two sisters, one departing tomorrow, one remaining behind, conducted almost entirely without words, simply two women sitting close together near the fire's dwindling light, hands intertwined, occasionally exchanging a brief knowing glance that conveys more genuine understanding than any lengthy spoken conversation could possibly achieve between two people who have shared every significant moment of each other's lives until this point. This particular kind of wordless, deeply embodied communication, common among people who share this much accumulated history and closeness, represents its own genuine form of language, every bit as rich and meaningful as anything conveyed through actual spoken words. Later researchers studying this period will necessarily focus primarily on what can be reconstructed through physical evidence, genetic data, archaeological remains, leaving this entire dimension of human connection, the quiet, wordless understanding shared between people who love each other deeply, almost entirely invisible to any future reconstruction, however careful and sophisticated that reconstruction eventually becomes. It is worth honouring gently this invisible dimension of tonight's story, the genuine depth of feeling that no future scientific method could ever fully recover, existing now only in this careful act of imagination, offered specifically to honour what these two sisters, and everyone else gathered around tonight's fire, actually experienced in this final evening together, regardless of whether any specific detail of their experience ever becomes recoverable through any other means. Consider, gently, one final scene before this particular thread of tonight's reflection draws to its close. The moment, sometime past full darkness, when the last quiet farewells finally give way to actual sleep, and the entire camp, departing and remaining members alike, settles into the same shared stillness it has settled into every single night before this one. From a distance, nothing about tonight's sleeping arrangement looks any different from any other ordinary night. The genuine significance exists entirely beneath this calm surface, carried quietly within each individual heart, rather than visible in any outward arrangement of bodies and fire. There is something worth honouring in this quiet, undramatic ending to such a significant evening. The recognition that even the most consequential human transitions often arrive, in their actual lived experience, not through dramatic external markers, but through this same quiet, ordinary descent into sleep, carrying forward, invisibly, whatever genuine emotional weight the preceding hours have gathered, ready to be tested fully against tomorrow's first light and the genuine, unpredictable beginning of the actual journey itself. Consider, gently, one final reflection worth carrying forward from tonight's many farewells. How the particular grief and hope woven through this evening, while genuinely significant to everyone experiencing it directly, will eventually fade for most of those involved into a gentler, more settled kind of memory, the sharp, immediate ache of tonight's parting gradually softening across the months and years following into something more like quiet, fond remembrance, carried forward alongside whatever new experiences, new relationships, and new circumstances each person eventually builds for themselves, wherever their own particular path leads. This gradual softening of grief into memory, while certainly not erasing the genuine significance of tonight's parting, offers its own quiet comfort worth holding alongside the evening's harder emotions. Whatever sadness exists tonight need not be carried forward indefinitely at its current immediate intensity. Time itself, patient and steady, tends to soften even genuine grief into something more bearable, more integrated into the ongoing fabric of a continuing life, without ever fully erasing the real love and connection that made the original parting so genuinely difficult in the first place. Consider gently one further dimension of tonight's separation worth holding before sleep arrives, the way both halves of the dividing band, departing and remaining alike, carry forward not only grief at the parting itself, but also genuine, practical hope for each other's eventual flourishing. Those departing tomorrow hope sincerely that the family members remaining behind find the difficult dry season eventually easing, that the spring continues to flow, that the herds eventually return to the valley in greater numbers once rains improve. Those remaining behind hope, equally sincerely, that the journey north succeeds, that the corridor stays open long enough, that the scouts' reports of better territory prove accurate. This mutual hope, each half of the band genuinely wishing the other's success, even amid the pain of separation, reflects something genuinely beautiful about the bonds binding your people together, bonds that distance and separation may stretch, but cannot fully break. The love shared tonight does not end at tomorrow's departure. It simply continues, carried forward in altered form, each half of the divided band holding the other in genuine, ongoing care across whatever distance eventually separates them. There is something worth sitting with in understanding how this same pattern, of bands dividing while maintaining genuine mutual care across the resulting distance, likely repeated countless times across the vast sweep of human prehistory, weaving an extraordinarily complex web of connection, separation, and occasional reconnection across the entire inhabited landscape. A web far too intricate for any later reconstruction to fully trace, yet fundamental to understanding how human populations actually moved, divided, and occasionally remerged across the long, patient unfolding of the deep human past. As tonight's many quiet farewells finally give way, fully, to the deeper stillness of sleep, there remains, beneath all the evening's grief and hope, a kind of settled peace, the peace of people who have said what needed saying, who have prepared as thoroughly as circumstances allow, and who can now, finally, simply rest, trusting whatever tomorrow brings to the same accumulated wisdom and deep mutual care that has carried their people through every prior difficulty across more generations than memory can trace. Let that settled peace spread gently across the whole camp now, across both those departing tomorrow and those remaining behind, binding them together one final time in this particular configuration before tomorrow's necessary division. Whatever distance eventually separates them, whatever uncertain futures eventually unfold for each half of the dividing band, tonight holds them together still, complete and whole, one final time, beneath the same familiar stars, around the same dwindling fire, held by the same deep love that no distance, however great, can ever fully diminish. And so a quiet wandering drifts at the edge of sleep, gentle and unpressured. What does it actually feel like in the body and not only the mind, to stand at last at the literal edge of everything your people have ever known? That soft question waits patiently, asking nothing of you tonight but the willingness to drift, eventually, toward whatever answer the story gently offers. Let your thoughts drift now, gently, away from tonight's fire and forward, toward a place you have never seen but have heard described many times across recent weeks, a narrow stretch of water separating this continent from the next, a place future mapmakers will eventually name the Bab el Mandeb, the Gate of Grief, or perhaps a different route entirely, further north, crossing through what will later be called the Sinai Peninsula, where Africa connects directly to Asia by dry land alone, requiring no crossing of water at all. Both routes have been used across the long scattered history of human movement out of this continent, by different bands at different times, depending on climate, sea level, and which corridor happened to lie open during any particular period. The exact route your own band will take has been debated carefully among the scouts and elders, weighed against everything they learned during their scouting journey, balanced against rough estimates of distance, water availability, and the reported presence of other people already living along each possible path. It is worth understanding gently just how narrow and strange a thing this threshold actually is. At its narrowest point, the southern strait separating Africa from the Arabian Peninsula may be crossable, particularly during periods of lower sea level common across various points in this broad era, by primitive rafts or even, during certain conditions, by careful wading and swimming across a channel reduced to only a few kilometres of open water rather than the wider crossing. It represents during wetter, higher sea level periods. Later researchers piecing together the story of human dispersal from limited archaeological and genetic evidence will debate exactly which route, or routes, mattered most across different waves of departure throughout this period. What seems clear, gathered from genetic patterns still visible today across populations on every inhabited continent, is that successful crossings happened more than once, by more than one group, likely using more than one route, scattered unevenly across many thousands of years rather than concentrated in any single dramatic event. Your own band's chosen path, as currently planned, follows the northern overland route, tracing a long arc up through territory the scouts described as increasingly arid but passable, following a chain of seasonal water sources toward the narrow land bridge connecting this continent to the next. This route avoids any water crossing entirely, trading that particular risk for the different challenge of an exceptionally long, demanding overland walk through territory that grows progressively less familiar with every passing day. It is a detail many will find genuinely striking. The entire stretch of land your band intends to walk, from this valley to the eventual edge of the African continent, spans a distance that later mapmakers will measure in many hundreds of kilometres, a journey expected to take not days but many weeks, possibly stretching across several months depending on how reliable water and game prove to be along the way, and how quickly the band, including its youngest and oldest members, can sustainably travel. This is not a journey undertaken lightly, nor one your people are approaching without serious preparation. The scouts who travelled this route ahead of the main band spent considerable time identifying specific landmarks, specific water sources, specific stretches of terrain likely to offer reliable game versus stretches likely to prove genuinely dangerous, whether from lack of resources or from the presence of other groups who might view newcomers with suspicion or open hostility. Contact with other human groups along the way represents one of the genuine uncertainties hanging over tomorrow's departure. Your band is not walking into entirely empty land. Other bands, distant relatives in the broadest sense, already occupy territory scattered across the route north, some friendly enough to trade with, share information with, occasionally intermarry with, others more guarded, more protective of their own limited resources, less inclined to welcome strangers passing through. The elders have prepared carefully for this reality, carrying with them several items specifically intended for trade and gesture of goodwill, worked shell ornaments, finely made stone points, small quantities of valued pigment, items that carry recognized worth across many different bands regardless of language or specific cultural difference. This kind of exchange network, connecting scattered groups across vast distances through shared recognition of certain valued materials, already stretches widely across this period of African prehistory, evidence of contact and cooperation extending far beyond any single band's immediate territory. Beyond human contact, the route itself promises genuine physical challenge. Long stretches of increasingly arid terrain will test water discipline severely, requiring careful rationing and reliance on the scouts' detailed knowledge of exactly where the next reliable source lies. Sometimes a full day's hard walking beyond the point where supplies carried from the previous source run dangerously low. Miscalculation here carries serious consequence, which is precisely why the scouting expedition mattered so much. why its detailed, carefully memorized account of the route represents perhaps the single, most valuable resource your band carries into tomorrow. It is worth sitting briefly with how much courage this kind of careful, deliberate preparation actually represents, even though it lacks the dramatic, sudden bravery later stories will often associate with great journeys. This is courage built from patience, from careful planning, from the willingness to spend weeks gathering information before committing to a single irreversible step, rather than courage built from impulsive, reckless action. It is, in its own quiet way, exactly the kind of courage that has allowed human bands to survive and expand across some of the most challenging environments on Earth. As you sit tonight imagining this threshold still many weeks of walking away, it remains an abstraction, a destination described in words rather than something your own eyes have witnessed directly. Tomorrow's first steps will not bring you anywhere near this actual crossing point. They will bring you only the first small distance along a very long road, the first of what scouts estimate as perhaps 40 or 50 days of sustained travel before the true edge of familiar African territory comes into view. There is something worth noting about how differently this journey will likely feel once it is actually underway, compared to how it feels tonight, sitting still, contemplating it from the comfort of a familiar fire. Long journeys like this one rarely feel, to the people actually living through them day by day, like the sweeping dramatic narrative they become in later retelling. They feel mostly like an accumulation of ordinary days, each one demanding its own practical attention, water found or not found, distance covered or not covered, weather endured, small injuries tended, small disputes resolved, the genuinely unglamorous daily texture of survival stretched across many consecutive weeks. And yet, woven through all of that ordinary daily texture, something genuinely remarkable will be happening, almost invisibly, with each step your band takes away from this valley. You will be participating in one small thread of an extraordinary larger pattern, the slow, scattered, multi-generational process by which a species confined for nearly its entire existence to a single continent gradually spread outward to occupy nearly every habitable landscape on Earth, from Arctic tundra to tropical rainforest to remote Pacific islands that will not even be reached by human feet for tens of thousands of years still to come. None of that grand scope will be visible to you during the actual walking, not in any way you could consciously perceive or articulate. It will simply feel, day after day, like putting one foot in front of the other, like making camp each evening, like waking each morning to walk a little further than the day before. The larger significance belongs to history, to the patient accumulation of countless similar journeys made by countless other bands across countless other generations, each one as ordinary, in its own moment, as this one will eventually prove to be. Consider, gently, the specific physical character of the terrain the scouts described lying just beyond the northern edge of territory your band currently knows well. A gradual transition, they reported, from the relatively familiar mixed grassland and woodland of this valley into progressively drier, more open country, scattered acacia giving way eventually to sparser vegetation, and finally, several weeks into the journey, a genuinely arid stretch the scouts described carefully, almost reverently, as unlike anything in this immediate region, vast and largely empty, crossable only by following a chain of specific, widely spaced water sources known to the scouts through their own direct, hard-won experience. This particular arid stretch represents the single most demanding portion of the entire planned route, a multi-day crossing during which the margin for error narrows considerably. Water must be carried carefully, rationed with real discipline, and the pace of travel adjusted to ensure the band reaches each successive water source before supplies run dangerously low. The scouts spent considerable time during their own crossing memorizing exact distances between sources, measured not in any formal unit but in days and half-days of steady walking, knowledge that will guide tomorrow's entire band through this same demanding stretch. It is worth understanding how genuinely impressive this kind of careful environmental navigation actually was, accomplished entirely without any of the tools later travellers would eventually rely on. No written maps, no compass, no calibrated measurement of distance beyond careful, practiced estimation built from years of direct experience moving across exactly this kind of challenging terrain. The scouts' detailed mental map refined and cross-checked with several other experienced band members before tonight, represents a genuinely sophisticated form of navigation, every bit as real and valuable as any later technological equivalent. Beyond this difficult arid crossing, the scouts described the terrain gradually improving again, transitioning into territory with more reliable seasonal water, denser vegetation, and according to second-hand reports gathered from other bands encountered along the route, eventually opening into the broader corridor connecting this continent toward the narrow land bridge in the north, the eventual threshold separating Africa from the wider world beyond it. There is something worth noting about how differently this entire journey will likely be remembered by anyone who survives it and eventually tells its story to their own children and grandchildren, compared to how it actually felt while being lived day by day. Difficult stretches, like the arid crossing the scouts described, will likely become, in later retelling, the dramatic centerpiece of the whole journey's story, while the many ordinary days of simply walking, resting, and making steady, unremarkable progress will likely fade into a kind of compressed, generalized background, remembered collectively as simply the long walk, rather than as any specific sequence of individually distinct days. This pattern, the tendency for difficult dramatic moments to dominate memory and storytelling, while the far larger number of ordinary uneventful days fade into general background, applies equally to nearly every significant journey across the whole of human history, including eventually this very night currently unfolding around tonight's fire, which will itself, assuming the journey succeeds, and stories about it eventually circulate among descendants, many generations removed from anyone currently present, likely be remembered as simply the night before, a brief compressed moment standing in for weeks of careful preparation that actually preceded it. Consider too what the scouts reported about the particular daily rhythm tomorrow's journey will likely establish, once the band moves fully into its travelling routine, rising before full light, while the air remains cool, covering the largest portion of each day's distance during these cooler morning hours, resting through the heaviest midday heat in whatever shade can be found, then covering additional ground during the cooler late afternoon, before finally making camp well before full darkness, allowing enough remaining light to gather firewood, prepare a meal, and settle the youngest children before sleep. This carefully structured daily rhythm, refined across countless prior journeys, made by countless prior bands across this same general region, balances genuine physical demand against the very real limits of what bodies, including aging and very young bodies, can sustainably manage day after day across many consecutive weeks. It is worth noting how much careful, practical wisdom is embedded in even this basic daily structure. Wisdom built not from any single dramatic insight, but from generations of accumulated trial and adjustment. There is something worth considering too about how this same daily rhythm will gradually reshape the band's collective sense of time itself, away from the relatively fixed seasonal rhythm familiar from this valley's settled life, toward a more fluid, journey-oriented sense of time measured primarily in distance covered and water sources reached rather than any fixed calendar. This shift, subtle as it might initially seem, represents a genuinely significant adjustment, one the band will need to navigate carefully alongside all the more obviously dramatic challenges the journey will present. Consider too the particular significance of the very first water source along tomorrow's planned route. Located roughly 3 days steady walking from tonight's camp, a modest but reliable spring the scouts confirmed directly during their own earlier journey. This first milestone matters enormously, not because the distance itself is especially demanding, but because successfully reaching it will provide the entire band's first direct, lived confirmation that the scouts' careful route planning matches genuine on-the-ground reality, building confidence and trust that will support morale across the considerably longer, more demanding stretches still to come. It is worth noting how much psychological as well as physical preparation tomorrow's journey actually requires, and how carefully your band's elders have structured the planned route specifically to build confidence gradually, beginning with a relatively modest first stretch before the genuinely demanding arid crossing arrives later in the journey. This kind of careful psychological pacing, building gradual confidence through early, achievable success before confronting the journey's most difficult challenges, reflects sophisticated practical wisdom about morale and motivation that any later expedition leader, equipped with whatever advanced tools and knowledge future centuries eventually develop, would likely recognize and respect. Consider, too, the particular emotional texture this threshold carries for anyone who has heard the Scouts' detailed description of finally, after so many days of travel, glimpsing genuinely unfamiliar terrain stretching beyond the edge of everything previously known. The Scouts described this moment, reaching the actual edge of African territory after weeks of steady walking, as carrying a strange, almost dizzying quality, equal parts excitement and genuine vertigo, the particular disorientation of standing for the very first time in your entire life, at the literal edge of everything your people have ever known directly. This particular moment, still many weeks away from tonight's fire, will likely become, in whatever eventual retelling survives among your descendants, the single most dramatically remembered point along the entire journey, the actual crossing from familiar into genuinely unfamiliar territory, and yet, much like every other dramatic moment within this larger story, it will arrive not through any single sudden transformation, but through the patient, cumulative result of many ordinary days of careful walking, each one bringing the band one further step closer to a threshold that, from tonight's vantage point, remains still genuinely abstract, still simply a destination described second-hand through careful scout reports rather than something any of your own eyes have yet witnessed directly. Consider, gently, the particular logistics of water carrying that tomorrow's journey will demand, a genuinely significant practical challenge worth understanding more fully before sleep finally arrives. Each adult capable of carrying a full load will bear, across the more demanding stretches of the route, a water skin holding enough to sustain perhaps 2 full days of careful, rationed drinking, supplemented wherever possible by whatever additional water can be gathered along the way from sources the Scouts identified during their own earlier passage. This careful calculation, balancing the genuine weight burden of carried water against the real danger of running short between identified sources, represents exactly the kind of precise, practical risk management your band's elders have spent considerable time refining across the weeks of planning preceding tonight. Too little water carried risks genuine danger during any stretch where the next source proves harder to locate than anticipated. Too much water carried slows the entire band's pace, extending the very journey duration that determines how much water will ultimately be needed in the first place. It is worth noting too how this same water-carrying challenge connects directly to a genuinely clever piece of accumulated technical knowledge your people have developed and refined across generations, specially prepared water skins made from carefully selected, carefully treated animal hide, capable of holding water securely across many days of travel without significant loss to evaporation or seepage, a genuinely sophisticated piece of practical technology that later researchers, examining whatever fragmentary evidence eventually survives from this period, will likely underestimate considerably, since organic materials like treated hide rarely preserve well across the immense spans of time separating tonight from any future excavation. Consider too the particular psychological discipline tomorrow's water rationing will require from every member of the band, including children old enough to understand but still young enough to find genuine thirst, especially during the hottest stretches of midday walking, a uniquely difficult discomfort to manage patiently. Your people have developed, across generations of similar journeys, specific practical techniques for managing this discomfort. Small sips taken at carefully spaced intervals rather than larger drinks consumed all at once. A small smooth pebble sometimes held in the mouth to encourage saliva production and ease the immediate sensation of thirst between actual drinking opportunities. There is something worth sitting with in understanding how much of survival across tomorrow's demanding journey will depend on exactly this kind of careful, disciplined management of basic bodily need, requiring genuine patience and self-control from every single member of the band, including children who have not yet had many opportunities to practice this particular kind of sustained discipline. The adults travelling tomorrow carry real responsibility for helping younger members develop and maintain this discipline, through patient example, through gentle correction, through the kind of careful, attentive guidance that has shaped every other aspect of how your band approaches genuinely difficult collective challenges. As you sit with these practical details tracing through your mind the specific logistics of tomorrow's water management, the broader shape of the journey ahead begins to feel slightly less abstract, slightly more concrete and manageable, even as its full scope remains genuinely daunting. This is perhaps part of why such careful, detailed planning matters so much beyond its obvious practical necessity. It transforms overwhelming uncertainty into a series of specific, addressable challenges, each one difficult but genuinely manageable when approached with the kind of careful, patient preparation your band has invested across these past several weeks. Consider, gently, one final practical matter before this thread of reflection draws to its close. The question of shelter, since tomorrow's journey will require building some form of temporary protection from sun and weather at each new camp along the route, rather than relying on any fixed familiar structure built and rebuilt across many seasons the way certain elements of tonight's home camp have been. Your people carry, among the various tools and materials packed for tomorrow, lengths of treated hide and several long, flexible branches specifically selected for their usefulness in quickly assembling simple, effective shelter wherever the day's walking happens to end. This kind of adaptable, portable shelter-building skill, refined across generations of seasonal movement even within this home valley's familiar territory, will prove genuinely valuable across the considerably more demanding circumstances of tomorrow's longer journey, allowing the band to construct reasonably effective protection from sun, wind, or occasional rain, regardless of what specific materials happen to be locally available at any given evening's chosen campsite. Consider, gently, one final practical reflection before this thread of preparation draws to its close. The matter of footwear, simple sandals fashioned from carefully treated hide, secured with cordage wrapped in a specific pattern, your people have refined across generations to balance secure fit against the genuine need for feet to breathe and remain reasonably comfortable across many consecutive days of sustained walking. Several spare pairs travel with the band tomorrow, since worn or damaged footwear represents one of the more common, genuinely troublesome difficulties any long overland journey tends to produce. It is worth noting, too, how much careful attention your people pay to foot health more broadly, regular inspection for blisters or minor injuries, careful treatment with specific plant preparations known to reduce infection risk, deliberate adjustment of pace whenever early signs of foot trouble appear among any band member. This careful attentiveness, easy to overlook amid more dramatic concerns about water and unfamiliar terrain, represents exactly the kind of patient, practical wisdom that determines in real and measurable terms whether a journey of this length and difficulty ultimately succeeds or founders on entirely preventable physical hardship. Consider finally gently how all of these careful practical details, water rationing, shelter building, foot care, when gathered together into a single coherent plan, reveal something genuinely impressive about the depth of preparation underlying tomorrow's departure. This is not an impulsive flight from difficulty, nor a vague hope carried forward without genuine practical grounding. It is a carefully engineered undertaking, refined across weeks of deliberate planning, drawing on generations of accumulated practical wisdom, executed by people who understand with real clarity exactly what tomorrow's journey will demand of them. There is a particular comfort available in recognizing this depth of preparation as sleep finally approaches tonight. Whatever genuine uncertainty surrounds tomorrow's journey, and genuine uncertainty certainly remains, the band does not face that uncertainty unprepared. Every reasonable precaution has been taken, every foreseeable challenge anticipated and planned for as thoroughly as available knowledge and resources allow. This thorough preparation does not guarantee success, since no preparation ever can, but it does meaningfully improve the odds, and it allows everyone gathered tonight to rest with the settled confidence of having done everything genuinely within their power to prepare. Consider too gently how the threshold your band intends eventually to cross, the literal edge of African territory many weeks of walking from tonight's fire, represents not an ending but a beginning, not a final destination but simply a doorway opening onto an even larger world than anyone gathered tonight can fully imagine. Beyond that threshold lies not emptiness but possibility, vast stretches of territory waiting to be learned, understood, and eventually made into new homes by your own descendants and countless other bands following similar paths across the same broad span of deep time. There is something genuinely hopeful in understanding tomorrow's first steps this way, not as a frightening departure from safety into danger, but as the careful, deliberate beginning of an expansion into possibility, undertaken with full preparation, genuine courage, and the accumulated wisdom of countless prior generations who faced their own versions of exactly this kind of threshold and found their own ways across it, leaving behind, in their success, the very inheritance that makes your own band's journey possible tonight. Let that hopeful understanding settle gently alongside everything else tonight has carried about the journey ahead. Whatever genuine difficulty tomorrow's walking eventually brings, whatever uncertainty surrounds the threshold your band intends eventually to cross, the journey itself remains, at its deepest level, an act of hope, the deliberate, courageous choice to move toward better possibility, rather than simply enduring diminishing circumstances, undertaken with all the careful preparation and accumulated wisdom your people can gather. Rest now within that hope, allowing it to carry you gently toward sleep, toward tomorrow, toward whatever genuine possibility waits patiently beyond the long road north. And yet a gentle question lingers at the edge of your drifting thoughts, carrying no alarm at all. Who, exactly, is already out there, beyond the threshold your band intends to cross, living in lands your people have never seen? That soft wondering waits, unhurried, for whatever the story chooses gently to reveal. There is something else waiting beyond the threshold your band intends to cross, something the scouts mentioned only briefly, almost in passing, but that lingers now at the edge of tonight's conversation. Word, carried hand to hand across distant trade networks, of other people, strange people, already living in the lands north of here, who do not look quite like anyone in your own band, and who have apparently lived in those distant lands for longer than anyone can say. You do not have a name for these people the way later science will eventually name them. The scouts describe them simply as the broad-browed ones, or the cold land people, based on second-hand accounts passed along by traders who themselves heard the description from someone further along the chain of contact, the details growing less precise with each retelling, the way information always does when carried across enough intermediate hands. What later researchers will eventually understand, piecing the story together from bones, stone tools, and eventually genetic material extracted directly from ancient remains, is that these are Neanderthals, a separate branch of the wider human family tree that diverged from the lineage leading to your own band several 100,000 years earlier, evolving largely in isolation across Europe and parts of Western Asia, adapting over that long separation to colder, more seasonal environments than the one you have always known. It is a genuinely remarkable fact, one that would have seemed almost unbelievable to anyone sitting around tonight's fire if explained in full. These other people, by the time your band eventually encounters them or their descendants, will have already been successfully surviving harsh Ice Age conditions across Europe for well over 100,000 years, developing their own sophisticated tool traditions, their own apparent burial practices, their own evidence of symbolic behavior including pigment use, and possibly even simple personal ornamentation, entirely independent of anything happening among your own ancestors in Africa. The scouts' second-hand reports describe these northern people as physically powerful, heavily built, comfortable in cold that would be genuinely dangerous to anyone raised entirely in this African climate. This matches, with remarkable accuracy, what later researchers will eventually confirm through careful study of Neanderthal skeletal remains: robust, compact bodies well adapted to conserving heat, distinct from the leaner, longer-limbed build more typical of populations that evolved primarily in warmer, more open environments like the one your own band calls home. What the scouts could not have known, what no one sitting around tonight's fire could possibly anticipate, is that contact between your branch of the human family and this other, separately evolved branch will eventually happen, repeatedly, across the coming millennia, in various places and times as both populations continue moving and adapting across the landscape of Europe and Western Asia. And this contact, when it happens, will not remain purely hostile or purely separate, but will include, in at least some documented instances, genuine interbreeding between the two populations. This is perhaps one of the single most genuinely surprising facts that later genetic science will reveal about this entire period of human history. Nearly everyone alive today, whose ancestry traces outside of Africa, carries within their own genome a small but measurable percentage, typically between 1 and 2%, of DNA inherited directly from Neanderthal ancestors, a permanent genetic signature of contact between these two human lineages that persists quietly inside billions of people, tens of thousands of years after both the contact itself and the eventual disappearance of Neanderthals as a separate population. None of this lies within reach of understanding for anyone at tonight's fire. What exists here instead is simply rumour, second-hand description, a sense of unfamiliar people waiting somewhere beyond the edge of known territory, neither clearly friend nor clearly enemy, simply different, simply unknown, in the particular way that genuinely unfamiliar things often are before direct experience replaces speculation with actual understanding. There is reasonable apprehension woven through tonight's conversation about this possibility of contact, though not, interestingly, outright fear. Your people have encountered unfamiliar bands before, even within Africa, and have developed reasonably sophisticated, mostly successful strategies for managing first contact carefully, offering gifts, demonstrating peaceful intent through body language and gesture, even when no shared language exists, slowly building enough trust to allow basic communication, and eventually mutually beneficial exchange. Whether these particular strategies will work equally well with people as genuinely different as the Scouts describe these northern others to be remains, honestly, an open question that no amount of careful planning around tonight's fire can fully resolve in advance. Some uncertainty simply has to be accepted, carried forward into the actual journey, addressed only when direct experience eventually replaces second-hand rumour with real, lived encounter. It is worth noting gently that your band's own journey will likely take many years, possibly many generations, to actually reach territory where Neanderthal populations live in any real density. The immediate weeks and months of travel ahead will more likely bring contact, if any happens at all, with other modern human bands scattered along the route, descendants of earlier African departures or entirely separate groups who have remained continuously in this general region across many preceding generations. Beyond Neanderthals, scattered even further across the wider landscape your descendants will eventually reach, other branches of the human family exist as well, though knowledge of them has not reached even the second-hand rumours circulating around tonight's fire. Far to the east, in territory that later science will associate with caves in Siberia, a population researchers will eventually call Denisovans, identified initially from nothing more than a single finger bone and a few teeth, has been living and adapting across an entirely different stretch of landscape, evolving along their own separate branch of the same deep human family tree. Your own descendants, many generations removed from anyone sitting at tonight's fire, will eventually encounter and interbreed with Denisovan populations as well, particularly as human movement continues eastward across Asia and eventually into the islands of Southeast Asia and beyond. This contact will leave its own distinct genetic signature, found today most strongly among populations native to Melanesia and parts of Asia, who carry measurably higher percentages of Denisovan ancestry than almost anywhere else on Earth. There is something genuinely moving in understanding, even abstractly, even before any of it has happened, that the journey beginning tomorrow morning will eventually weave your own descendants into contact, conflict, exchange, and ultimately partial merging with multiple separate branches of the wider human family, branches that have been evolving independently, in isolation from your own lineage, for hundreds of thousands of years before tonight, each one shaped by its own particular landscape, climate, and accumulated history. None of these other people are simply background details to your own band's story. Each branch carries its own full, rich history, its own accumulated knowledge, its own forms of care, cooperation, and meaning, every bit as real and significant as anything happening around tonight's fire. The story unfolding across coming millennia is not simply the story of your own lineage spreading outward to fill empty land, but the far more complex, far more genuinely interesting story of multiple human lineages eventually meeting, mixing, and weaving together into the deeply layered genetic and cultural inheritance carried forward by every single person alive on Earth many thousands of years from now. Tonight, though, all of this remains future, abstract, barely glimpsed through the thin, uncertain filter of second-hand rumour passed along scattered trade networks across enormous distances. What matters tonight, sitting at this familiar fire one final time, is simply the quiet, practical acknowledgement that the world beyond this valley is larger, stranger, and more populated than anyone here can fully imagine, and that tomorrow's first steps begin a journey that will eventually carry your descendants into contact with nearly all of it. Consider, too, a detail the scouts mentioned almost in passing, easy to overlook amid the larger, more striking descriptions of unfamiliar northern peoples, encounters, even closer to home, with other bands of modern humans whose ancestors departed Africa generations earlier, populations who left during an even older wave of migration, and have, in the time since, developed their own distinct dialects, distinct tool styles, distinct customs, while remaining recognizably, fundamentally similar to your own people in basic appearance and underlying biology. This detail matters considerably for how tomorrow's actual early journey will likely unfold. Long before any possible contact with genuinely different populations like Neanderthals, your band will almost certainly encounter other modern human groups scattered along the route north, some friendly, eager to trade and share information, others more cautious, protective of resources already stretched thin by the same regional drought affecting your own valley. It is worth understanding how genuinely complex and varied human social relationships across this broad period actually were, ranging across the full spectrum from close cooperation and intermarriage to genuine wariness and occasional outright conflict over scarce resources, depending heavily on specific local circumstances, prior history between particular groups, and the immediate pressures each group happened to be facing at any given moment of contact. Your own band carries, among its accumulated practical knowledge, several specific protocols developed over generations for managing first contact with unfamiliar groups safely, approaching slowly and visibly, rather than attempting to move quietly or unseen, sending a small, clearly unarmed delegation ahead of the main group, offering a small gift whenever possible as an opening gesture of peaceful intent, before attempting any further exchange or conversation. These careful protocols, refined across countless prior encounters between your band's ancestors and other groups across many generations, represent genuine accumulated diplomatic wisdom, every bit as sophisticated in its own context as later, more formal diplomatic traditions eventually developed by complex civilizations many thousands of years from now. Successful, peaceful contact with unfamiliar groups was never guaranteed, but careful, deliberate approach considerably improved the odds compared to careless or threatening behavior. There is something worth sitting with, gently, about how much of tomorrow's eventual success depends not on any single dramatic confrontation, but on this accumulated, patient skill at careful, respectful negotiation with genuine strangers, a skill built not from any single dramatic encounter, but from generations of careful practice, refined gradually through both successes and painful, instructive failures experienced by ancestors whose specific stories have long since faded from memory, even as the practical wisdom they generated continues forward, embedded in exactly the kind of careful protocol your band carries into tomorrow's uncertain journey. Consider, too, a particular story circulating among travelling bands across this wider region, second-hand and likely embellished considerably across its many retellings, of a group encountered far to the north who communicate using gestures and expressions remarkably similar to your own band's, despite speaking words entirely unintelligible to any of your people. This detail, however imprecisely conveyed through layers of second-hand retelling, hints at something genuinely significant, that certain basic elements of human communication, facial expression, basic gesture, tone of voice conveying friendliness or threat, may carry recognizable meaning across even genuinely unfamiliar populations, providing a kind of basic shared foundation for contact even when no common spoken language exists. It is worth noting, too, how this same capacity for cross-cultural gestural communication will eventually prove genuinely significant across the much longer span of human history, allowing trade, basic negotiation, and even eventual cultural exchange between groups separated by language barriers that might otherwise seem entirely insurmountable. The careful attention your own people pay to body language, facial expression and tone, refined within your own band's particular social context, carries genuine, practical value, extending well beyond your own immediate community. There is something worth considering finally about how tomorrow's journey, whatever specific contact it eventually brings with other human groups, modern or otherwise, represents simply one small early chapter within an enormously long ongoing story of human contact, exchange, conflict and eventual merging that will continue in various forms across every subsequent era of human history, right up through whatever distant future eventually develops the careful scientific tools necessary to trace these ancient patterns of contact through genetic and archaeological evidence alone. Consider, too, a final genuinely remarkable fact about this wider pattern of contact and merging. Researchers studying ancient DNA recovered directly from Neanderthal skeletal remains will eventually discover that Neanderthals themselves carried small amounts of genetic material, apparently inherited from even earlier interbreeding with other, still more deeply diverged hominin populations, evidence suggesting that this entire broad pattern of separate human lineages, periodically meeting, mixing, and exchanging genetic material, extends backward across an even longer, deeper span of time than the specific encounters your own band's descendants will eventually experience. There is something worth sitting with, gently, in understanding that the upcoming chapter of contact between your own lineage and various other branches of the wider human family, significant as it will eventually prove for understanding modern human genetic diversity, represents simply the most recent iteration of a far older, far more persistent pattern. Separate human populations repeatedly diverging, adapting independently to different environments, and then, when circumstances eventually bring them back into contact, partially remerging, weaving their separately accumulated genetic and cultural inheritance back together into something new, building, across this entire long process, the full eventual richness and diversity of everyone who will ever call themselves human. Consider, too, gently, how strange and genuinely moving it would feel to anyone sitting around tonight's fire to learn that the eventual genetic legacy of contact between your own lineage and these other distant human populations would persist, recognizably, inside nearly every person living outside Africa many tens of thousands of years from now. A small but permanent inheritance carried forward through countless intervening generations, surviving the rise and fall of entire civilizations, surviving migrations across oceans and continents your own people cannot currently imagine, simply because two genuinely different branches of the same deep human family happened, at some point along this long unfolding story, to meet, to recognize something of themselves in each other despite genuine difference, and to choose connection over permanent separation. There is something worth carrying gently into the remainder of tonight in this understanding, that whatever genuine uncertainty and apprehension surrounds tomorrow's journey into unfamiliar territory, populated by unfamiliar people, the eventual outcome of these encounters, traced patiently by researchers many thousands of years from now, reveals a story not primarily of conflict and separation, but of eventual connection, eventual recognition, eventual willingness across genuinely different human populations to find common ground sufficient for the deepest possible form of connection, the literal sharing of genetic inheritance carried forward into shared descendants. Consider, too, gently, a particular detail the scouts shared about how trade itself functions among the various scattered bands occupying territory along the route north, a surprisingly sophisticated system given how little formal organization or central authority exists to coordinate it. Certain materials, particular kinds of stone well suited to toolmaking, particular shells valued for ornament, particular minerals used for pigment, travel remarkable distances hand to hand, band to band, each group adding a small margin of value through their own additional processing, or simply through the basic service of carrying material further along its eventual journey toward whoever finally puts it to use. This kind of distributed, informal trade network, lacking any single central authority, yet functioning with genuine reliability across vast distances and many separate independent groups, represents a genuinely sophisticated form of social and economic organization, one that later researchers will find surprisingly difficult to fully reconstruct from material evidence alone, since the actual social relationships and trust networks underlying such trade leave far less direct physical trace than the traded objects themselves. It is worth noting too how this same trade network likely already carries, scattered across its many intermediate links, fragmentary but genuine information about the broader landscape lying north of any single band's direct first-hand knowledge, exactly the kind of second-hand accumulated geographic knowledge that allowed your own band's scouts to plan their recent expedition, with at least some prior sense of what terrain and challenges to expect, even before any of your own people had personally travelled that specific route. Consider finally how this same pattern of trade, contact, and gradual accumulated geographic knowledge will continue, in increasingly elaborate form, across every subsequent era of human history, eventually connecting populations across entire continents, then eventually across oceans, then eventually many thousands of years from tonight, connecting the entire inhabited world into networks of exchange and communication that would seem, from tonight's vantage point, every bit as impossible and magical as the careful genetic reconstruction techniques later researchers will eventually use to trace tonight's own quiet, careful departure. There is something worth sitting with, gently, in recognizing that tonight's modest trade goods, the worked shell ornaments, the carefully napped stone points, the small quantities of valued pigment carried specifically for exchange along tomorrow's route, represent the same basic underlying impulse, the same deep human drive toward connection, exchange, and mutual benefit across difference, that will eventually scale upward across the coming millennia into trade networks spanning entire continents and eventually the entire globe. Consider gently one final reflection on this theme before sleep finally arrives. How genuinely strange and genuinely hopeful it is that a species capable of such deep loyalty toward its own immediate kin, the kind of fierce, protective love evident throughout tonight's careful preparation and tender farewells, proves equally capable again and again across deep time of extending some measure of that same basic generosity and openness toward genuine strangers, toward people who look different, speak differently, carry entirely different accumulated traditions and customs. This capacity, present already in the careful trade protocols your own band carries into tomorrow's journey, suggests something genuinely important about the deeper nature of the species walking forward from tonight's fire into whatever future eventually unfolds, that alongside whatever capacity for conflict and competition certainly also exists within human nature, there exists, equally real and equally persistent, a genuine capacity for connection across difference, a willingness, demonstrated repeatedly across the long sweep of human history, to recognize shared humanity even amid genuine, sometimes startling difference. Let this particular hope, however provisional, settle gently alongside tonight's other reflections as sleep begins to draw near. Tomorrow's journey carries genuine uncertainty about contact with unfamiliar people, but it carries too the accumulated wisdom of countless prior generations who navigated similar uncertainty before, generally finding, more often than not, that careful, respectful approach toward genuine difference tends to be met, eventually, with at least cautious reciprocal openness, the same basic openness your own band extends toward any unfamiliar traveller who approaches your own camp peacefully and respectfully. Consider, finally, gently, how the scouts themselves, upon returning from their own journey north, described feeling genuinely changed by their direct encounters with unfamiliar bands along the route, not in any dramatic, transformative sense, but through the quiet accumulation of small, specific memories, a shared meal eaten alongside genuine strangers who quickly became, through the simple act of sharing food together, considerably less strange, a particular gesture of welcome offered by an unfamiliar elder that the scouts still recall with genuine warmth weeks after their return. This kind of quiet, accumulated transformation through direct contact, far less dramatic than the second-hand rumours and uncertain speculation currently circulating around tonight's fire, suggests something genuinely hopeful about what tomorrow's actual journey will likely involve, not primarily danger and conflict, though genuine risk certainly exists, but considerably more often, simple, ordinary human contact, gradually transforming abstract unfamiliarity into specific, remembered warmth. Consider gently one final memory the scouts shared, almost as an afterthought, easy to overlook amid the more dramatic details of their journey. A brief evening spent alongside an unfamiliar band several days into their own scouting expedition, during which an elder from that other group, despite no shared language beyond basic gesture, taught one of your own scouts a slightly different method for fletching an arrow shaft, a small technical refinement neither group had previously known, exchanged simply, generously, in the spirit of shared craft rather than any larger negotiation or formal trade. This kind of small, genuine exchange of practical knowledge between otherwise unfamiliar groups, easy to overlook yet genuinely significant, represents exactly the kind of accumulated cultural cross-pollination that, across enough repetition and enough generations, gradually weaves separate, scattered human populations into something resembling a single, broadly connected web of shared innovation and exchange, each group contributing its own particular refinements and discoveries to a slowly accumulating, collectively shared pool of practical human knowledge. Let this final thought close tonight's reflection on the others, waiting somewhere beyond tonight's fire, that whatever genuine uncertainty and apprehension exists about contact with unfamiliar people, modern human bands, ancient cousin lineages like the Neanderthals, or other branches of the wider human family still entirely unknown to anyone at tonight's fire, the deeper, longer pattern visible across the full sweep of human history suggests genuine reason for hope, careful, patient connection gradually winning out, more often than not, over permanent separation or sustained conflict. Consider gently one further reflection worth holding before this thread draws fully to its close: how the eventual disappearance of the Neanderthals as a separate population, many thousands of years from tonight, will not, as later researchers eventually come to understand it, represent a simple story of one human lineage violently destroying another. The genetic evidence reveals something far more complex and far more interesting, a story of gradual absorption and merging as much as replacement. The Neanderthal lineage not so much exterminated as woven, partially into the broader modern human population, through exactly the kind of interbreeding that leaves its permanent genetic trace in billions of people tens of thousands of years later. This more complex understanding, recoverable only through careful genetic analysis, future science will eventually develop, offers a genuinely different perspective on what contact between separate human lineages actually meant across deep time, less a simple story of conquest and extinction, more a complex, layered story of separate branches of the same deep family meeting, sometimes competing, sometimes cooperating, and ultimately in significant part merging back together, their separate inheritances woven into the single, deeply interconnected human family that every future person will eventually belong to. There is something worth carrying gently into sleep in this understanding, a quiet reassurance about the deeper nature of the journey beginning tomorrow. Whatever specific encounters, whatever specific conflicts or cooperations tomorrow's journey eventually brings, the larger pattern they participate in is, ultimately, one of connection and merging rather than permanent separation. The gradual weaving together, across deep time, of every separate branch of the wider human family into the single shared inheritance carried forward by everyone who will ever live. Let this final reassurance settle gently alongside everything else tonight has carried about the world waiting beyond this valley. The others out there, whoever and whatever they eventually prove to be, are not, in the deepest sense, truly separate from your own people. They are instead distant relatives, branches of the same deep family tree that traces back, ultimately to shared ancestors far older than the separations dividing the various human lineages, now scattered across the wider world. Tomorrow's journey carries your own band eventually toward reunion with these distant relatives, however unfamiliar they might initially seem, however long the separation dividing your lineages has lasted. Rest now within that understanding, allowing whatever apprehension remains about contact with unfamiliar people to soften gradually into something closer to curiosity, even quiet anticipation. The world beyond this valley holds genuine uncertainty, certainly, but it holds too the possibility of genuine connection, genuine reunion across difference, genuine recognition of shared humanity, even amid genuinely unfamiliar appearance, language, and custom. This possibility, as much as any specific danger, awaits your band beyond tomorrow's threshold, woven through everything the journey north eventually brings. And so a quiet wondering settles at the edge of sleep, gentle and entirely without urgency. What will this single ordinary night, this single careful decision eventually become, across spans of time too vast for any mind gathered around this fire to hold? That soft question drifts away unanswered for now, waiting patiently for whatever the story gently chooses to show you next. Let your thoughts drift now, gently, far beyond tomorrow's first steps, beyond the weeks of walking ahead, beyond even the eventual crossing into unfamiliar lands north of here, towards something almost impossible to hold steadily in mind, the full, sprawling, unimaginably long unfolding of everything this single departure will eventually help set in motion. You will never know any of this directly, of course, No one sitting around tonight's fire will live to see even the smallest fraction of what follows. And yet, in a real and measurable sense, something carried forward by this band, beginning tomorrow morning, will eventually touch nearly every corner of the inhabited world, woven invisibly into the deep genetic inheritance of people living in places whose names, whose very existence, lie entirely beyond anything anyone here could currently imagine. Consider, gently, what later genetic science will eventually reveal about migrations like this one. Researchers studying DNA collected from populations across every inhabited continent will trace clear genetic signatures back to relatively small founding populations who made journeys very similar to the one beginning tomorrow. Careful reconstruction of mutation patterns, allowing scientists to estimate with surprising precision roughly when major branching points in human population history actually occurred. It is a genuinely remarkable fact that this kind of genetic detective work makes possible. By carefully comparing DNA from people living today across vastly different regions, from Scandinavia to Australia to the Americas, researchers will eventually be able to trace nearly all non-African human ancestry back to a series of relatively narrow population bottlenecks. Moments very much like the one your band represents tonight, where a comparatively small number of people carried forward the genetic foundation for entire continents' worth of future population. Your own band, tomorrow, numbers perhaps a dozen or two people setting out together, alongside the family members remaining behind. This is, by later standards, an almost impossibly small founding group to imagine populating entire continents. And yet this same basic pattern, repeated independently by many such small bands across many thousands of years, each one contributing genetic and cultural threads to the eventually vast tapestry of human population outside Africa, is precisely how later researchers will come to understand this period actually unfolded. Think for a moment about language, about the particular words spoken around tonight's fire, in a tongue that has no written form, that exists only in sound, passed directly from mouth to ear across generations. This specific language will not survive in any recognizable form into any future anyone could reconstruct from currently existing records. And yet something of it, some deep underlying cognitive capacity for complex structured communication, will be carried forward by your descendants and eventually expressed through thousands of entirely different languages spoken across the eventual breadth of human settlement. Consider too the small polished stone pressed into your palm earlier this evening by an elder remaining behind, a simple physical object carrying emotional weight far beyond its practical function. Objects like this rarely survive across tens of thousands of years in any form later archaeologists could directly recover. And yet the underlying human impulse it represents, the capacity to invest simple objects with deep personal and relational meaning, to carry forward physical connections to people and places left behind, will persist in endlessly varied form across every single human culture that eventually develops from journeys like tomorrow's. There is something worth sitting with carefully here. How much of what actually persists across deep time is not the specific particular detail, the exact words spoken, the exact shape of tools carried, the exact route walked, but rather the deeper underlying patterns, the capacity for language itself, the capacity for symbolic meaning itself, the capacity for sustained cooperation and care itself, carried forward not as fixed, unchanging inheritance, but as flexible, endlessly adaptable potential, expressed differently in every subsequent generation and every subsequent landscape encountered. Far beyond anything imaginable around tonight's fire, descendants of bands very much like your own will eventually develop agriculture, will eventually build permanent settlements, will eventually develop written language capable of preserving thought and story across distances and durations no purely oral tradition could match, will eventually develop the capacity to study their own deep history with enough precision to reconstruct, with remarkable accuracy, nights very much like this one, fires very much like the one currently warming your hands, decisions very much like the one your own band has carefully, patiently arrived at. It is a strange, almost vertiginous thought sitting here tonight, to imagine that some distant future version of exactly this kind of careful historical reconstruction is, in fact, precisely how this particular story is currently being told, pieced together not from any direct written record, since none exists from this period, but from patient accumulation of genetic evidence, archaeological evidence, climatic evidence, each small fragment combined carefully with others to produce a reasonably confident picture of nights and decisions essentially like this one, even when the specific details of any single night, any single band, any single fire remain necessarily uncertain. This uncertainty, this gap between what actually happened on any single specific night like tonight and what later reconstruction can ever fully recover, is itself worth sitting with gently rather than treating as simple loss. The broad pattern, the underlying truth of small founding bands making careful, deliberate decisions to leave familiar African ground in search of better resources, repeated independently many times across many thousands of years, stands on genuinely solid evidence. The specific texture of any single night, the particular words spoken, the particular shape of any individual person's hopes and fears, necessarily remains imagined, filled in with the best available understanding of how people in this situation likely thought and felt, rather than recovered directly and completely. And yet this act of careful, respectful imagination matters, carries its own genuine value, allows something that would otherwise remain pure abstraction, vast population movements traced only through statistical genetic patterns, to be felt instead as what it actually was. Countless individual human beings, each with their own specific hopes, fears, relationships, and quiet courage, making countless individual decisions that, accumulated together across deep time, eventually produced the full extraordinary diversity of human cultures and populations spread across every corner of the inhabited Earth. Consider finally the sheer scale of what eventually follows from journeys like tomorrow's. Within roughly 50 or 60,000 years of tonight, human populations descended at least partly from bands, very much like your own, will have reached every continent except Antarctica, will have crossed entire oceans in boats sophisticated enough to navigate by stars and ocean swell alone, will have adapted successfully to environments ranging from Arctic tundra to dense tropical rainforest to high mountain plateaus where the very air itself carries less oxygen than your lungs are currently accustomed to processing. None of this scale would be comprehensible, would even be meaningfully describable to anyone sitting around tonight's fire. The largest journey anyone here has personally undertaken spans, at most, several weeks of walking between known, relatively nearby regions. The idea of crossing open ocean, of surviving permanent ice, of populations growing eventually into numbers exceeding anything imaginable. All of this lies so far beyond tonight's frame of reference that it would likely register, if somehow explained not as exciting possibility but as simple, incomprehensible fantasy. And yet here is the strange, genuinely moving truth at the centre of tonight's quiet departure. None of that eventual vast scale required anyone at any point along the way to consciously intend it. Your band tomorrow is not setting out to eventually populate every continent on Earth. You're setting out simply and practically to find better water, better grazing, more reliable resources for your own immediate family and community. The vast eventual scale emerges entirely from the accumulated weight of countless similarly modest practical decisions made independently by countless bands across countless generations, each one simply trying, as best they could, to keep their own people alive and reasonably well. There is something quietly profound in this, something worth carrying gently into sleep tonight, that the largest, most consequential outcomes in deep history rarely emerge from anyone's grand, deliberate intention, but instead accumulate slowly, almost invisibly, from the patient repetition of small, practical, entirely human decisions made by people who could not see, who could never have seen, the full eventual shape of what their ordinary choices would, across enough accumulated time, eventually become. Consider gently what later researchers studying ancient DNA will eventually be able to determine about populations descended from journeys very much like this one, tracing specific genetic markers that allow remarkably precise reconstruction of which broad geographic regions particular ancestral populations passed through, and roughly how long they remained in each region, before continuing onward or settling more permanently. Your own band's specific genetic signature, carried forward by everyone walking north tomorrow, will become one small thread within this vast, eventually reconstructible tapestry. It is worth imagining, briefly and gently, the eventual descendants carrying forward whatever genetic and cultural inheritance your own band contributes tomorrow. Some among them, many thousands of years from now, will live in landscapes covered in ice for much of the year, developing entirely new technologies and cultural practices suited to conditions utterly unlike anything currently familiar around tonight's fire. Others will eventually settle along coastlines, developing sophisticated boat-building and seafaring knowledge that will, eventually, carry some of their own descendants across genuinely vast stretches of open ocean to reach islands and continents separated from any other landmass by thousands of kilometers of open water. None of this specific eventual diversity could be predicted from tonight's fire, nor should it be imagined as somehow already determined or inevitable. The actual unfolding of human history across the coming tens of thousands of years involves countless contingent decisions, countless moments where circumstances could easily have unfolded differently, countless individual choices made by individual people, facing individual circumstances that no broad statistical pattern could ever fully predict in advance. And yet, looking backward from any sufficiently distant future vantage point, certain broad patterns do become visible, patterns of gradual, persistent expansion into new territory, patterns of cultural and technological innovation, building steadily on accumulated prior knowledge, patterns of genetic mixing and remixing as different human populations encounter, sometimes conflict with, and frequently eventually intermarry with other populations they encounter along the way. There is something worth considering too about how this same basic pattern, small founding populations gradually expanding outward, encountering and sometimes merging with other populations along the way, accumulating cultural and technological innovation across many generations, continues to describe human movement and development long after the specific period surrounding tonight's departure, stretching forward through the development of agriculture, through the rise and fall of countless civilizations, through eventual movement across oceans, and much later still, attempts to understand and even travel beyond the boundaries of Earth itself. None of that distant future requires explicit imagining tonight to feel meaningfully connected to this particular moment. The same underlying human capacities present around tonight's fire: careful planning, sustained cooperation, symbolic meaning-making, deep emotional bonds extending even toward people who will soon be separated by enormous distance. These same capacities, expressed differently across endlessly varied future circumstances, remain recognizably continuous with whatever distant future eventually unfolds from tonight's quiet, careful decision to walk north tomorrow morning. Consider gently how later researchers studying ancient population movements will eventually develop the capacity to distinguish between successful migrations, those that eventually contributed meaningfully to later population genetics, and unsuccessful ones, departures that, for whatever reason, simply did not survive long enough or produce enough surviving descendants to leave any detectable genetic trace at all. Your own band's journey tomorrow could, in principle, fall into either category, and no one sitting around tonight's fire can know in advance which outcome actually awaits. This genuine uncertainty, this real possibility that tomorrow's careful, well-prepared journey might nonetheless fail to produce any lasting genetic legacy at all, deserves honest acknowledgement rather than false reassurance. Many bands across this broad period of human history, departing with preparation and hope every bit as careful and genuine as your own bands tonight, did not ultimately succeed. Their stories, their specific hopes and fears, lost entirely to time, leaving no detectable trace in any later genetic or archaeological record. And yet this honest acknowledgement of genuine risk does not diminish the value or meaning of tonight's careful preparation, nor the courage represented in tomorrow's departure. Whether or not your specific band's journey eventually contributes detectable genetic legacy to any later population, the full, complete reality of tonight, the love, the careful planning, the genuine hope and genuine grief woven together around this fire, remains entirely real and entirely significant in its own immediate moment, regardless of whatever distant future outcome eventually follows from it. Consider finally gently a particular kind of comfort available in understanding how many separate independent attempts at exactly this kind of journey were likely made across the broad span of this period, by countless bands very much like your own, scattered across many different regions of this vast continent, each one facing its own particular version of tonight's careful weighing of risk and hope. Even if any single specific band's journey, including possibly your own, ultimately fails to produce surviving descendants, the larger pattern, the accumulated total of countless similar attempts made across countless generations, succeeded eventually in carrying human populations across every habitable landmass on Earth. There is something genuinely comforting in understanding your own bands tomorrow, not as a single, isolated bet on which everything depends, but as one thread among countless similar threads, woven together across deep time into something far more resilient than any single individual journey could ever be alone. Whatever happens to your specific band, the larger human story continues, carried forward by countless other bands making countless similar careful, hopeful decisions across this same vast, slowly drying, endlessly resilient continent. Consider, gently, one final image worth carrying forward from tonight's reflection. A future researcher, many tens of thousands of years from now, sitting before instruments capable of reading genetic information directly from carefully preserved ancient bone, gradually piecing together, fragment by careful fragment, the broad outline of exactly this kind of departure, this kind of careful, practical decision made by a small band facing genuine environmental pressure, choosing to walk toward uncertain but hopeful new territory, rather than remain in increasingly difficult circumstances. That future researcher will never know your specific name, will never hear the particular sound of your voice, will never see the specific expression on your face as you watch tonight's fire burn slowly down toward embers. And yet, in a real and meaningful sense, something of you, something of this exact night, will have reached them anyway, carried forward not through any direct literal memory, but through the deep, patient accumulation of genetic and cultural inheritance that connects, in an unbroken chain stretching across hundreds of thousands of years, everyone who will ever live to everyone who has ever lived before them. Consider, gently too, how strange and genuinely remarkable it would seem to anyone sitting around tonight's fire to learn that future descendants, walking on land masses no one here has ever heard of, separated from this valley by entire oceans, would nonetheless carry forward certain basic biological signatures specifically traceable back to departures from Africa, very much like tomorrow's, signatures researchers will eventually use to reconstruct, with genuine scientific confidence, the broad outline of exactly when and roughly how populations spread outward to eventually occupy every habitable continent on Earth. It is worth noting, too, how this same genetic detective work eventually allows researchers to identify not just broad patterns of movement, but surprisingly specific details, the approximate size of founding populations at various points along the journey, periods where population growth accelerated rapidly following arrival in genuinely favourable new territory, periods where populations apparently struggled and nearly failed before eventually stabilising and expanding successfully. Your own band's journey, beginning tomorrow, will become, whether successful or not, one small data point within this vast eventual reconstruction, one thread among countless others woven together into the full eventual picture of how humanity came to occupy the entire surface of this planet. Consider finally how this same eventual reconstruction will necessarily remain forever incomplete, in certain important ways, no matter how sophisticated future scientific tools eventually become. The specific texture of tonight, the particular warmth of this fire, the particular sound of this exact wind moving through this exact valley, the particular depth of love and worry and hope currently held by every single person gathered here tonight. None of this survives in any form. Future genetic or archaeological analysis could ever fully recover. It survives instead only in the careful, respectful act of imagination currently being offered here, an attempt, necessarily incomplete, to honour what this night actually was by imagining it as fully and faithfully as available evidence allows. Consider finally gently how this same careful act of imagination, attempting to honour what a single ordinary night might have genuinely felt like for the people actually living through it, connects directly to something worth carrying forward into your own understanding of history more broadly. Every statistic, every genetic data point, every careful archaeological reconstruction ultimately represents real people living real, full, complicated lives, experiencing genuine love, genuine worry, genuine hope and genuine grief, exactly as real and immediate to them as your own current experience feels to you tonight. This understanding, carried gently forward, offers a particular kind of respect worth extending not only toward this specific imagined night, but toward the entire vast sweep of human history, stretching both backward and forward from it. The recognition that every single person who has ever lived, regardless of how completely their specific individual story has been lost to time, experienced their own life with the same full, immediate reality currently experienced by you, sitting here tonight, at the edge of this particular fire, on this particular night, before this particular, ordinary, extraordinary journey finally begins. Consider gently one further angle on this same theme worth holding before sleep finally arrives. How later generations, descended eventually from bands like your own, will develop their own elaborate traditions for honouring exactly this kind of ancestral journey. Oral histories, eventually written records, eventually careful scientific reconstruction, each new method representing simply a new technique for accomplishing the same basic, deeply human task, remembering, honouring, and learning from those who came before, carrying their courage and their wisdom forward into whatever new circumstances each subsequent generation happens to face. Your own band, tonight, already participates in an early version of exactly the same tradition, the elders' careful storytelling, the deliberate teaching of practical skill and accumulated wisdom to younger members, the quiet, attentive marking of significant transitions like tomorrow's departure through careful ritual and shared reflection, rather than simply treating such moments as ordinary, unremarkable events. This impulse toward honouring and remembering, present already tonight, will continue in increasingly elaborate form across every subsequent generation that follows, eventually producing the careful historical and scientific reconstruction that allows this very story to be told at all so many tens of thousands of years after the actual night it attempts, carefully and respectfully to imagine. Consider gently, one final reflection before this particular thread closes, how the very act of sitting here tonight, imagining this departure carefully and respectfully, connects you, whoever and whenever you actually are, listening to this story now, to the same deep human impulse that drove your own most distant ancestors to gather around fires very much like this one, telling and retelling the stories that mattered most to them, preserving, across countless generations of careful oral transmission, whatever wisdom and meaning they judged worth carrying forward into an uncertain future. In this sense, the careful telling of tonight's story, however many tens of thousands of years removed from the actual night it attempts to honour, participates in exactly the same ancient ongoing tradition currently unfolding around tonight's fire, people gathering together, in whatever form circumstance allows, to share stories that bind them together, that carry forward accumulated wisdom, that help make sense of difficult circumstances through shared meaning rather than isolated individual struggle. Let this final reflection settle gently now, alongside everything else tonight has carried, that the story of tomorrow's departure, however small and ordinary it currently feels around this particular fire, joins an unbroken chain of similar stories stretching backward through countless generations and forward through countless more still to come, each one mattering completely to the people actually living it, each one contributing, in its own small, irreplaceable way, to the vast, ongoing, endlessly unfolding story of what it has meant, across the full span of deep time, to be human. Consider, gently, one last genuinely remarkable fact worth carrying into sleep, drawn from the careful work future researchers will eventually accomplish, that despite the enormous apparent diversity of human populations spread eventually across every inhabited continent, despite differences in appearance, language, and culture so striking, they will sometimes lead later peoples to mistakenly imagine themselves as fundamentally separate kinds of beings. The underlying genetic reality reveals something profoundly different. A single, deeply interconnected human family, all descended, ultimately, from African populations very much like your own band tonight, all carrying forward, beneath every surface difference, the same fundamental shared inheritance. This understanding, recoverable only through the careful genetic analysis future science will eventually develop, carries genuine moral weight worth sitting with quietly, that every single human being who will ever live, regardless of where their ancestors eventually settled or how different their particular circumstances eventually became, remains, at the deepest biological level, a member of the same single, unbroken family, connected directly, through countless intervening generations to nights very much like tonight, to fires very much like this one, to careful, hopeful decisions very much like the one your own band has reached about tomorrow's departure. There is something genuinely beautiful in resting within this understanding as sleep finally arrives, the recognition that tomorrow's small, ordinary departure participates in weaving together, across the vast span of deep time, the single, deeply interconnected human family that every future person will eventually belong to, however distant and different their particular circumstances eventually become from the quiet fire currently warming your hands on this last night before everything gently begins to change. Consider gently one last reflection before this long meditation on what tonight will become finally gives way to rest. How the careful scientific reconstruction that allows tonight's story to be told at all, the patient analysis of ancient DNA, the careful reading of climate records preserved in lake sediment and cave deposits, the meticulous study of stone tools and ancient pollen, represents, in its own way, simply the most recent expression of the same deep human impulse currently warming around tonight's fire, the desire to understand where we come from, to honour those who came before, to make sense of our own place within the vast, ongoing story of human life across deep time. In this sense, the future scientists who will eventually reconstruct nights very much like tonight are not truly separate from the people gathered around tonight's fire. They are simply distant descendants pursuing the same ancient human project of understanding and remembrance, using new tools to accomplish what oral tradition and careful storytelling accomplished around fires like this one across countless prior generations. The patient, ongoing work of holding the past in memory, honouring it, and learning from it whatever wisdom might help guide an uncertain future. A human life, even a long one, even one stretched across many decades of careful living, occupies only the smallest sliver of the time this story actually spans. Sitting here tonight, at the edge of a fire that has warmed people very much like you for longer than any single memory can reach, it helps gently to let the true scale of that span settle slowly into awareness, not as something frightening, but as something quietly, almost peacefully vast. If the entire span of time since the very first ancestors recognizably related to modern humans appeared in Africa were compressed into a single ordinary day, stretching from one midnight to the next, tonight's particular fire, tonight's particular decision to walk north tomorrow would fall somewhere in the late evening, well past dinner, with only a relatively short stretch of night remaining before a new day, the day of written history, the day of cities and empires and eventually rockets reaching toward the moon, finally begins. Within that same compressed single day, the entire span of recorded human history, every empire, every war, every philosophy, every religion, every technology from the first written word to whatever the very latest invention happens to be, at any future moment someone reconstructs this same exercise, would occupy only the final few minutes before midnight, a brief, dense flurry of activity at the very end of an otherwise long, slow, mostly quiet day, stretching back through countless generations very much like your own, sitting around countless fires very much like this one. It is worth dwelling gently on what this kind of scale actually means for how you might think about tonight's departure. The walk beginning tomorrow morning is not, from inside this compressed timeline, some dramatic, isolated event standing apart from everything else. It is simply one more ordinary moment within an extraordinarily long, mostly ordinary unfolding, one decision among countless similar decisions made by countless similar bands across the vast majority of human existence, the overwhelming bulk of which has consisted simply of people very much like you, finding water, finding food, raising children, telling stories, and occasionally, when circumstances required it, walking towards somewhere new. There is a particular kind of peace available in this realization, if you allow yourself to sit with it fully rather than rushing past it towards sleep. The significance later generations will eventually attach to tonight, the careful genetic reconstruction, the patient archaeological detective work piecing together climate records and stone tool traditions. None of that changes what tonight actually is, experienced from inside it. An ordinary evening among an ordinary band making a careful practical decision about where to find better water and grazing for the coming season. And yet ordinary here does not mean insignificant. Quite the opposite. The deep accumulated weight of countless ordinary nights very much like this one, repeated across hundreds of thousands of years by ancestors whose names and faces are entirely lost to any possible memory, is precisely what eventually produces everything that follows. Every later human achievement, every later human culture, every later human life, including eventually lives lived in circumstances so different from tonight's that they would be genuinely unrecognizable to anyone currently sitting around this particular fire. Consider how strange and humbling it is that the vast majority of human history, measured by raw duration rather than by how densely it is documented or remembered, belongs almost entirely to people exactly like you, people whose individual names, individual faces, individual specific worries and hopes have been entirely lost to time, leaving behind only the broad aggregate traces later science can patiently reconstruct: genetic patterns, stone tool styles, scattered pigment use, the accumulated statistical shadow of countless individual lives that mattered enormously to the people actually living them, even though no specific record of any single one of those lives survives in detail. This is not, properly understood, a sad or diminishing thought, though it can feel that way if approached carelessly. It is instead a genuinely clarifying one. The value of tonight, the value of your own particular life, sitting here at this particular fire, making this particular careful decision alongside people you love, does not depend on whether any specific future record preserves your individual name or face. It depends instead on the full, immediate, irreplaceable reality of this exact moment, fully lived, fully felt, exactly as it is, regardless of whatever later reconstruction eventually attempts to capture or convey about it. There is something worth noting, too, about how this same deep time perspective applies equally to everything that currently feels permanent and unshakable about your own world. The particular animals sharing this landscape with you, the particular plants your people have learned to gather and use, the particular shape of these hills against tonight's darkening sky, none of it is truly permanent, however solid and unchanging it currently feels. Deep time reshapes everything eventually. Climates shift, species rise and recede. Landscapes themselves slowly transform across spans too long for any single observer to perceive directly. And yet within that vast, slow, ongoing transformation, certain deeper patterns persist with remarkable consistency, carried forward not through any single unchanging form, but through continuous, flexible adaptation. The capacity for careful planning that brought your band to tonight's decision. The capacity for deep, patient cooperation that allows a band this size to survive genuinely difficult conditions together. The capacity for language, for symbolic meaning, for caring deeply about people who will be left behind tomorrow. These underlying capacities, these deep patterns of being human, persist and carry forward, even as every specific, particular detail surrounding them continues to shift and change across deep time. It helps, perhaps, sitting here at the edge of sleep, to imagine briefly, gently, without dwelling too long or too anxiously, the full unfolding distance between tonight and whatever distant future eventually looks back at this night with careful, patient curiosity. Entire ice ages will come and recede. Entire species, including some that currently share this very landscape with you tonight, will rise to dominance and eventually disappear. Entire technologies, entire civilizations, entire ways of organizing human life that would be utterly unrecognizable from where you currently sit, will rise, flourish, and in many cases eventually fade, replaced by whatever comes next. Through all of that vast continuous unfolding, something carried forward from tonight, something small and easy to overlook in the moment, a particular combination of genetic inheritance, a particular underlying capacity for cooperation and care, a particular willingness to walk carefully, deliberately, toward better circumstances when current circumstances grow difficult enough to require it, will persist, expressed differently in every subsequent generation, but recognizably continuous with what is happening right now around this fire. Let this thought settle gently rather than urgently, the way deep time itself settles, slowly, patiently, without any particular hurry to be fully understood in a single sitting. Tonight does not need to carry the full weight of everything it will eventually become. It only needs to be, fully and completely, exactly what it actually is. An ordinary evening, a careful decision made with people you love, a fire burning low toward embers beneath a sky that has watched, and will continue watching, far more than any single human awareness could ever fully hold. Consider too gently how this same valley has held countless other significant nights across the generations leading to tonight. Nights of birth, nights of loss, nights of celebration, and nights of quiet grief, nights of difficult decision, and nights of simple, ordinary rest, each one mattering completely to the people living through it, each one eventually folding into the vast, accumulated weight of everything this particular patch of ground has quietly witnessed across the long span of human presence here. Tonight joins that long accumulation, one more significant night among countless others, distinguished only by the particular departure it precedes, otherwise woven seamlessly into the same continuous fabric of human life that this valley has held faithfully across more generations than any memory could possibly trace. There is comfort in that continuity, in understanding tonight not as an isolated, unprecedented moment, but as one more familiar thread in an ancient, ongoing pattern the valley itself has held countless times before. Consider gently, one final time, the particular stars currently visible above tonight's fire, their light having travelled distances so vast that what you are actually seeing, in many cases, left its source many thousands of years before tonight, long before anyone resembling you walked this particular valley. In this sense, the sky itself models exactly the kind of deep-time perspective worth carrying into sleep tonight, a vast, patient unfolding where present moments and distant past remain, in a real and measurable sense simultaneously visible, simultaneously present, if only you know how to look. There is something worth noting too about how this same deep-time perspective will eventually apply to tonight itself, viewed from whatever distant future eventually develops the careful scientific tools necessary to reconstruct it. The light from tonight's particular fire will never travel anywhere for future observation, will simply fade into darkness as the embers finally cool completely sometime before dawn. But something else, something less literal than light yet equally real, will indeed travel forward from tonight, carried in genes, in accumulated cultural knowledge, in the deep continuity of human presence and adaptation, across whatever landscapes your eventual descendants come to call home. It helps, finally, to remember that this same deep-time perspective applies equally to whatever specific worries currently occupy your own mind tonight. Whatever particular uncertainty about tomorrow's journey feels most immediate and pressing as sleep finally begins to arrive. Viewed from sufficient distance across sufficient accumulated time, even genuinely difficult circumstances tend to resolve, eventually into simply one more chapter within a far longer, far more resilient ongoing story, a story that has, across hundreds of thousands of years already, repeatedly demonstrated remarkable capacity to continue, adapt, and eventually thrive, even through circumstances that felt, at the time, genuinely uncertain and difficult. Let that resilience, carried forward from countless ancestors who faced their own versions of tonight's uncertainty and found their own ways through it, settle gently into you now as sleep finally arrives in full. You do not walk into tomorrow alone, however it might occasionally feel that way in any single difficult moment along the journey. You walk forward carrying the accumulated, patient inheritance of everyone who came before you, and you walk forward too toward everyone who will eventually come after, carrying forward whatever small, ordinary courage tonight's careful, deliberate decision actually represents. Consider finally gently how strange and how genuinely beautiful it is that a single night, this particular night, ordinary in nearly every visible respect, can nonetheless carry forward, invisibly, the deep patient weight of everything that came before it and everything that will eventually follow from it. The hundreds of thousands of years of careful evolutionary adaptation that built the body currently resting beside this fire. The countless prior generations whose accumulated wisdom shaped the careful, practical decision your band has reached about tomorrow's departure. The vast, currently unimaginable future that will eventually unfold from whatever choices tomorrow and the weeks following actually produce. All of it, the deep past and the unimaginable future alike, converges quietly here, tonight, around this particular fire, inside this particular moment of rest before a particular, ordinary, extraordinary journey begins. There is nothing more required of you right now than to simply rest fully within this convergence, trusting that the same deep patience that shaped everything leading to tonight will continue, in whatever form it eventually takes, shaping everything that follows from it. Consider one final time how strange it would seem to anyone sitting around this fire tonight to learn that their careful, ordinary decision, made through patient discussion and weighed practical judgment rather than any grand vision of destiny, would eventually become the subject of careful reconstruction by people living in circumstances none of you could begin to imagine, studying soil, bone, and invisible genetic patterns with tools built from materials and knowledge that would seem, from tonight's vantage point, closer to impossible magic than any conceivable future technology. And yet perhaps this strangeness itself contains its own quiet lesson, worth carrying gently into sleep, that the value of any single night, any single careful decision, any single act of love or preparation or grief shared honestly between people who care for each other never actually depended on whether anyone in any future century would eventually notice or remember it in detail. Tonight was always simply enough, exactly as it was, regardless of whatever distant future eventually looks back and tries, imperfectly, to understand it. Let sleep finally take you now, fully, gently, the way it has every night of your life, carrying you forward into tomorrow without requiring you to fully comprehend, tonight, everything tomorrow will eventually mean. The fire continues its slow, patient burn toward embers. The valley continues its quiet, indifferent breathing beneath a sky full of ancient, patient light. And somewhere, gently, deep within you, the long-accumulated inheritance of everyone who came before tonight settles quietly into rest, preparing without any need for conscious effort on your part for whatever tomorrow's walking will require. Consider gently one last time how this same fire, this same particular fire currently burning low beside you, connects backward through an unbroken chain of countless prior fires, tended by countless prior generations stretching back far beyond anything any single story could fully trace, each one offering exactly this same basic comfort, exactly this same warmth and light against the surrounding dark, to people whose names and faces are now entirely lost to time, yet whose simple, patient act of tending fire generation after generation made possible everything that eventually followed, including eventually this exact night, this exact fire, this exact moment of rest before tomorrow's journey finally begins. Let that long unbroken chain of fires stretching backward through time beyond any possible counting settle gently into you now as sleep finally, fully arrives. You're not separate from that chain. You are simply its most recent link, tending tonight's fire exactly as countless ancestors tended theirs, preparing, exactly as they prepared, for whatever necessary journey tomorrow happens to require, carrying forward, exactly as they carried forward, the same deep, patient, endlessly resilient inheritance of being human. Consider gently one further reflection before sleep finally fully arrives. The particular way deep time itself seems to fold back on the present moment when held carefully in mind, the recognition that the vast span separating tonight from whatever distant future eventually studies it carefully is, in another sense, simply one single, continuous, unbroken thread, every single intervening moment connected directly to every other through the patient, unbroken chain of birth, life, and inheritance passed from one generation to the next, without any genuine gap or interruption across the entire span. This means, in a real and oddly comforting sense, that you're not actually separated from any future descendant by any genuine discontinuity, only by accumulated distance along a single continuous thread that never actually breaks, however vast it eventually grows. The same basic continuity connecting you tonight to your own grandmother's grandmother, reaching back further than any specific name or face can be recalled, extends forward as well, connecting you to descendants whose names and faces remain, from tonight's vantage point, entirely unknowable, yet who remain, nonetheless, genuinely and directly connected to you through this same unbroken thread. There is a particular kind of peace available in resting inside this understanding as sleep finally, fully takes hold. You are never, in the deepest sense, truly alone, however solitary any single moment of worry or uncertainty might occasionally feel. You exist within an unbroken continuity stretching backward and forward across time, vast beyond any single comprehension, yet intimate and immediate in this exact moment, this exact fire, this exact valley, holding you gently as sleep finally, completely arrives. Rest now, fully, completely, within this long, unbroken thread. Tomorrow's walking will come, as it always comes, in its own time, requiring nothing further from you tonight beyond this simple, complete surrender into sleep, carried forward, as you have always been carried forward, by everything that came before, toward everything still waiting, patiently, to come after. Consider gently one final quiet image as sleep fully arrives. The fire continuing its slow, unhurried burn down toward cool morning ash, exactly as it has every single night of your life, exactly as it will tomorrow night too, somewhere new, somewhere unfamiliar, built freshly from whatever wood and kindling tomorrow's unfamiliar landscape happens to provide. The specific fire changes, the deeper underlying comfort it provides, the warmth, the light against the dark, the simple ancient gathering of people around it, remains entirely unchanged, carried forward faithfully into whatever new place tomorrow's walking eventually leads. Let this final, simple comfort be enough to close tonight's long reflection. Whatever lies ahead, however far tomorrow's journey eventually carries you, fire itself and the people who gather around it will continue, faithfully, exactly as they always have, exactly as they always will, for as long as anyone capable of tending flame and loving the people beside it continues walking forward across this patient, ancient, endlessly unfolding earth. Consider gently one further thought before this long reflection finally gives way entirely to sleep. How strange it is that everything genuinely important about tonight, the depth of feeling shared between people who love each other, the careful, patient wisdom passed from elder to younger generation, the quiet courage embedded in a difficult but carefully considered decision, exists entirely outside anything that could ever be weighed, measured, or directly recorded by any future scientific instrument, however sophisticated. And yet this same immeasurable dimension of tonight is, in a real sense, the truest and most important part of the entire story, more genuinely significant than any genetic marker or carbon-dated artifact future researchers might eventually recover from sites scattered along tomorrow's route. The data points future science eventually traces, population movements, genetic bottlenecks, technological transitions, all of it ultimately exists in service of something far less measurable, the simple ongoing project of human beings finding ways to survive, to care for each other, to carry forward whatever makes a life worth living, generation after generation, across whatever landscape and circumstance each new generation happens to inherit. Let this understanding rest gently alongside you now as sleep, finally, completely, takes hold. Tonight has been long, full of reflection stretching far beyond what any single ordinary evening would typically hold, yet every part of it, the practical preparation, the tender farewells, the careful consideration of bodies and minds shaped across deep time, the quiet contemplation of distant futures, and even more distant pasts, all of it belongs, finally, simply, to this one particular night, this one particular fire, this one particular gathering of people who love each other, preparing together, with whatever courage and care they can gather, for tomorrow. Sleep now, let it come fully, gently, completely. The fire continues its slow descent toward morning ash. The valley continues its quiet, patient breathing. And somewhere, deep within the unbroken thread connecting you to everyone who came before and everyone still waiting to come after, rest itself becomes its own small, sufficient act of quiet, ordinary courage, preparing you fully and completely for whatever tomorrow's walking will require. Let the last of tonight's reflection fade now, gently, into simple, wordless rest. There is nothing more to plan, nothing more to consider, nothing more required of you beyond this final, complete surrender into sleep, carried forward by fire, by family, by the deep, ancient, endlessly patient inheritance of being human, exactly as you are, exactly where you are, on this last quiet night before everything begins, gently, to change. Breathe slowly now. Let each breath carry you a little further from waking thought, a little closer to the deep restorative stillness sleep alone provides. The valley holds you exactly as it has held every sleeping person who has ever rested within it, exactly as it will continue holding whoever comes to rest here long after tonight's particular band has walked on, far beyond this valley, into whatever distant future patiently awaits them. Consider gently, one last time, the genuine beauty of what tonight has actually been, beneath all its reflection on deep time and distant futures and the vast, slow movements of climate and population across the ages. It has been simply a single ordinary evening, shared among people who love each other, gathered around a fire, preparing together with whatever courage and care they could gather for a difficult but necessary journey toward better circumstances. That simple reality, the love, the care, the quiet courage, needs no grand historical significance to justify its own genuine worth. It was always simply enough, exactly as it was. Let that understanding settle gently into you now as sleep finally completely arrives. You do not need tonight to have been historically significant for it to have mattered. You do not need tomorrow's journey to succeed in any measurable, lasting sense for the love and care shared tonight to have been genuinely real, genuinely valuable, genuinely worth everything it cost the people who gathered tonight to share it. The worth of a single night, a single act of love, a single moment of shared courage, never actually depended on anything beyond itself. Rest now, fully, completely. The fire glows low and steady. The stars wheel slowly overhead, exactly as they always have, exactly as they always will. And somewhere deep within you, beneath all thought, beneath all reflection, beneath even all memory, the simple, sufficient comfort of this one ordinary, extraordinary night settles fully into rest, carrying you gently forward, exactly as it should, exactly as it always has, into sleep. Sleep now. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to consider, nothing left to carry. Only rest, only the soft, settling dark, only the quiet, patient continuation of everything that has always continued and always will. Let it carry you, gently, completely, into the deep, restful sleep you have so fully earned on this last quiet night before everything gently begins to change. The fire has settled now into a low bed of orange embers, breathing softly in the dark, no longer bright enough to cast shadows, only warm enough to mark the centre of the camp like a slow, steady heartbeat. Around it, one by one, the people who will walk north tomorrow have gone quiet, settled onto woven mats, breathing, slowing into the long, even rhythm of real sleep. You can let yourself follow them now. There is nothing left to prepare, nothing left to decide, nothing left to carry that has not already been carried, checked, and set carefully down beside a waiting mat. The valley around you holds its familiar shape one final time, hills dark against a sky full of slow-turning stars, wind moving quietly through grass that has always sounded exactly this way, and will, for a little while longer yet, continue sounding exactly this way, long after you and your footprints have gone. Let your breathing slow to match the ember's quiet glow. Let your shoulders soften against the ground beneath you, the same patient ground that has held every sleeping body in this camp for longer than any single story can fully trace. There is nowhere else to be right now. There is nothing else required of you. Only this, only rest, only the soft, settling dark folding gently around a fire that has, every single night of your life, burned down exactly like this, into quiet, into embers, into sleep. Somewhere out past the edge of the firelight, the valley breathes its own slow nighttime breath, indifferent and patient, holding this particular configuration of fire and family and waiting journey for just a little while longer before morning arrives to change it. You do not need to hold on to any of it tightly. It will still be here, in memory if nowhere else, carried forward inside you, no matter how far tomorrow's walking eventually takes you. Rest now. Let the fire dim further. Let the stars wheel slowly overhead the way they always have, the way they always will, indifferent to whether anyone below is awake to watch them. Let sleep come the way it has always come, gently, completely, carrying you forward into whatever tomorrow holds, without needing you to meet it fully awake until it actually arrives. Sleep now. The valley is quiet. The fire is low. Tomorrow can wait at the edge of the dark a little longer, patient, unhurried, exactly the way it has always waited, every single night, for the morning that always, eventually comes. If you enjoyed walking through this last quiet night beside the fire, I would love to know, in the comments, which part of this story stayed with you the longest, or where in the world you happened to be listening from as you drifted off. Thank you so much for watching. If you'd like to see more videos like this, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel, as it really helps us continue making more content. Anyways, see you in the next one.